5,000 years ago, religion was useful. Why haven't we grown out of it yet?
Because not enough people have read The God Delusion.
Before language developed in humans, how do you think thought was processed?
Oh gosh, that's very interesting. There are people who talk about mentalese as a sort of internal language that is eventually externalized in the form of language. I rather like the idea that language itself, which is uniquely human, by the way. I mean, plenty of animals have systems of communication, but no other animal has the same hierarchical nesting of phrases, the indefinite building up of phrases in the form of if so-and-so, then so-and-so, the man who built the house that Jack built, and so on. This is a hierarchical embedding which requires a level of computation which it looks as though only the human brain has. And I rather like the idea that a predecessor of that, and I suppose this may be present in other animals, is the thought processes. If I do so-and-so, then maybe the so-and-so will happen. If I do this, then maybe that will happen. As a thought process which then became externalized in the form of spoken language. I think that's an interesting possibility.
Given the opportunity to deconvert the very last religious believer, he wouldn't do it.
Yes, I know.
He said, you know, if we'd done it, and he said that he'd been in a conversation with you, and you'd been talking about this. And he said, and he said, if you'd done it and there were one person left, Christopher said, I wouldn't do it. And not just because there'd be no one left to argue with, although there is that, but because there's just something that doesn't feel right about it. And he said, the look that Richard Dawkins gave me remains with me. Can you understand what he was saying?
No, I mean, I get the point about not having anyone to argue with, because he was the world's greatest arguer, and so I get that. But I don't think anything else.
So, to clarify, as I think we did in Los Angeles, given the opportunity to deconvert the very last religious believer, and that means that for good or ill, whatever this religious idea has done throughout history, here you have the lone survivor of ancient wisdom right in front of you, and you have the ability to snap them out of it. The very last one. Do you do it?
Yes.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex O'Connor. Most of you don't care about that. You're here to see the man who wrote the book that has done perhaps more than any other to convince people to stop believing in God. And no, I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm not usually one for wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, but I will make an exception tonight. Just to remind you that this is Richard Dawkins' last tour. A man of varied passions. At heart an evolutionary biologist, Richard Dawkins has made a career out of engaging in some varied and at times controversial debates with a number of high-profile individuals, including, to name a few, in 2012, Rowan Williams, the former Archbishop of Canterbury. In that same year, the biologist E.O. Wilson. In 2007, the comedian Peter Kay, although I'm told that one was something of an accident. In 2012, Brandon Flowers, the lead singer of the rock band The Killers. And in 2000, the philanthropist and celebrity aristocrat, the then Prince Charles. In 2006, of course, he picked his biggest fight with God, and with the God delusion, shifted perspectives of atheism publicly, perhaps more than any other figure before him, although he is now being criticized for his supposition that he is and has all along been a cultural Christian. This has surprised many, but it should surprise none. It's something that is old news. He's been saying it for a long time. And, as my friend John Nelson has liked to point out to me, Richard Dawkins does have all the makings of a perfectly good Anglican. He adores the prose of the King James Bible. He has an affinity for evensong. He loves the sound of church bells. And, of course, he doesn't believe in God. Yes, Richard Dawkins is really here to remind us that, despite being a cultural Christian, all silver linings have a reductionistic, material, scientific explanation. Dawkins has had an impressively hands-on career as well. He's traveled into the heart of evangelical America to, shall we say, try to ask them to reconsider. He's designed evolutionary computer simulations from the ground up just to prove a point. He's even cut open the neck of a giraffe, dissecting it in order to demonstrate the recurrent laryngeal nerve which goes from the brain to the voice box, taking a blunderous detour all the way down the neck and all the way back up again. Richard Dawkins is now also banned from ZSL London Zoo. This is the second of two shows that I've had the privilege of joining Richard for. The last was in America, where I also moderated a conversation between him and Jordan Peterson. If you've ever wondered what it felt like to sit between the embodiment of the left brain and the right brain, look no further than that conversation. I've never felt more like a corpus callosum in my life. Of course, scientifically, the corpus callosum actually does more to inhibit communication between the two hemispheres than facilitate it, so you'll have to make your own mind up as to how I did when that video comes out. It was really at dinner that things got interesting. Professor Peterson took Richard and myself out to dinner afterwards, and you'll know the universal rule that in polite company, you don't mention religion or politics at the dinner table. So, of course, we proceeded to sit for 2.5 hours in complete silence. A silence only interrupted when the waiter finally came over and Jordan said to him, "Well, what do you really mean by order?" What I'm trying to say is that Richard Dawkins has had a varied and wide-ranging career that I think we can all be grateful for. And as I say, this is his last tour. So, if this man's work has done anything for you, be it the selfish gene, through to the God delusion, through to now the genetic book of the dead, then please help me in welcoming the world's most famous materialist, the former professor for the public understanding of science at Oxford University, the inventor of the meme, ladies and gentlemen, Oxford's very own Professor Richard Dawkins.
You can't hear in the wings, so I missed all the jokes.
Probably for the best. No, not really. I'm joking. There's quite a warm reception. They say that a prophet is never welcomed in his hometown, but I think you might have disproved that thesis a little bit this evening. How have you found the reception in the UK versus the American tour that you've just
This is the first gig we've had here. So
how do you find it generally? I mean, Americans typically are seen as being more religious, evangelical, loud.
Not the ones who come to hear me, on the whole. In America, everybody gets a standing ovation, no matter how awful they are. So that's one difference.
And I took mine personally when we were in Los Angeles. You're here to promote, I suppose, a slightly less controversial book than some of your previous ones, which is The Genetic Book of the Dead. In this book, you claim that animals and their ancestral environments can be read like a book, that animals are something of an evolutionary palimpsest. What is a palimpsest?
Palimpsest is a manuscript which has been overwritten, partially erased, or even wholly erased, and then overwritten to save paper or papyrus or whatever it was. And the reason I talk about it is the animal is a book about its ancestral past, then it's got so many different ancestral pasts that the older ones must be overwritten partially by the more recent ones. So that's the main thesis of the book, that we start off with camouflaged animals, which are so beautifully, in detail, perfect in their camouflage, in their resemblance to the background. A desert lizard, I got a picture of a desert lizard which has pebbles and sand grains painted, almost literally painted on its back. And the perfection of this animal and of similar ones, you've probably all seen them, things like butterflies that look exactly like a dead leaf with a vein down the middle and side veins, stick insects, stick caterpillars, moths that look exactly like the tree bark on which they sit. The perfection of this resemblance to the background, that perfection must pervade the entire animal. There's no reason whatever to suppose that such perfection of detail should be limited to the skin. It's no reason why it should be skin deep. I got a quote from Darwin, which I think says it well. This is from The Origin of Species. It may be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing throughout the world every variation, even the slightest, rejecting that which is bad, preserving and adding up all that is good, silently and insensibly working whenever and wherever opportunity offers at the improvement of each organic being. So that was Darwin's way of putting it. And I want to emphasize that and say that the perfection of the external part of the animal must pervade the whole of the internal part. And therefore, it must be, in some sense, a description of the environments, the worlds in which its ancestors survived to pass on the genes that did the painting, etc. nowadays. And that's got to be a palimpsest because, as I say, older ones have got to be partially overwritten by more recent ones.
It's obvious in the case of camouflage how, as you say, an animal's ancestral environment is literally painted on its back. You can know what color the trees were. But when we're not talking about camouflage, I mean, the thesis of the book is that it goes deeper than that. What is it that we're looking at? Like, how can animals be read more than skin deep?
Well, we're not talking about physical resemblance, as we are in the case of camouflage, but we're talking about a description of the world, and the chemistry of the past, for example, will be represented in the chemistry of the animal at present. J.B.S. Haldane made the point that our blood is salty because of our ancestral origins in the sea. That may be slightly fanciful, but that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Do we have any examples in human beings today of the kind of thing you're talking about, our ancestral environment being imprinted into our biology?
Well, I suppose you could say something like, rather negatively, back pain, which so many of us suffer from, is a memory, a genetic memory of the fact that we used to walk on all fours, and now our spine is protesting at the more recent overwriting, more recent palimpsest overwriting of standing up vertically.
I've heard this characterized as something of an evolutionary blunder. Do you believe in that concept, and what do you think it helps to demonstrate? And can you think of any other examples?
Natural selection has bungled again, as John Maynard Smith said. Yes, well, you mentioned, I did hear one fragment of your opening speech about the recurrent laryngeal nerve of the giraffe, and actually of all tetrapods. And this nerve has a ridiculous detour, especially in a giraffe, but even in us, it starts in the head and it goes down, and the end organ is the larynx, and it goes down and loops itself around a big artery, and then straight back up again. And in the giraffe, that is a very substantial detour. In a sauropod dinosaur, it would have been even greater. And this is clearly bad design. The vertebrate retina is back to front. The wires that connect the photocells, the retinal cells that are sensitive to light, to the brain, come from the front rather than from behind. In mollusks, they come from behind, which makes sense. That's good design. The vertebrate eye is badly designed. The German biologist and physicist Helmholtz said that if an engineer had presented him with the vertebrate eye, he would have sent it back.
So in the case of the recurrent laryngeal nerve, if this design is so poor, could you give us a picture of why it might have evolved in that way?
Well, poor design is actually quite rare. I mean, mostly we're bowled over by the beauty of the way animals are fitted to their environment. So these revealing flaws, they are revealing because they're rare. But mostly it's perfection.
So in the case of the recurrent laryngeal nerve, it will have something to do with the extension of the neck over time.
It's a historical relic. In our fish ancestors, the equivalent of that nerve, fish don't have a larynx, so the end organ would have been one of the gills. And the direct pathway from the brain to the end organ would have been south of the equivalent of the artery. And so when the neck started to lengthen, fish don't have a neck, but when the descendants of fish, like reptiles and mammals, started to develop a neck, the marginal cost of each tiny little increment in the detour, the looping detour, would have been very slight compared to the major cost of uprooting the whole nerve and changing the whole embryology so that the nerve was jumped over the artery. So we've got to think in terms of marginal cost. It's a concept that economists are very fond of. The marginal cost of each millimeter of increase in the detour was very, very slight compared to the major cost of the embryological upheaval of inventing a better design.
We were talking about humans. Human beings have, perhaps uniquely, developed an ability to severely, seemingly, impact the selective pressures of evolution. Whereas in an amoral system, you have survival of the fittest and death of the weakest. Now, human societies have designed systems, at least in some places, whereby the weakest members of society can be cared for and their survival can be, their chances can be improved and sometimes ensured. Given enough time, our interference with natural selection will surely make it difficult for historians of the future to read our ancestral environment in the same way.
Yes, I suppose that's a good point. I mean, it's not a thing. I would not advocate the abolition of doctors for that reason. I'm rather fond of doctors, but it is a point that we have slackened the selection pressures on us. We've rather feather-bedded ourselves against those selection pressures. No doubt we've got other ones, but yes, you're correct.
And do you think that would make it difficult for the historian of the future to do what you're hoping the biologist will do of animals in the past? Which
Yes,
is read their ancestral
I suppose it
environment?
would. Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
So all of this works on a gene-centered view of evolution, something you expand upon in the book. Where are we at in terms of the most recent criticisms and debates around the accuracy of this view, which you're perhaps most known for?
Yes, well, there's a chapter in the book about criticisms of this whole selfish gene view, and we're not talking about just this book now, we're talking about my whole view of evolution, which is based upon the idea that the unit of selection, that which survives or fails to survive in the Darwinian process, is the gene. And the rationale for that is that the gene is potentially immortal in the form of informational copies, not the actual physical DNA itself, because that's very short-lived, but the information contained in the letter-by-letter sequence in DNA is potentially immortal. That mean, by immortal, I mean going on for potentially millions of years, unchanged. And what that means is that it's the only part of the living system which has that property. And so when we talk about natural selection, when we talk about something surviving and something failing to survive, you could say that about individuals, you could say that about groups, you could say that about ecosystems, you could say that about lots of levels in the hierarchy of life. But the gene is the only one where survival versus non-survival actually has a permanent effect. The individual survives or doesn't survive, but it eventually dies anyway. I mean, individuals are not potential going on into the future. Genes are. We die, and our genes go on. And that's the rationale for the selfish gene point of view. Now, one criticism which has surfaced recently by my colleague Dennis Noble in this university, where he regards DNA not as a causal influence in evolution, but as something useful that the body needs in order to make protein. Now, of course, it's true that proteins are synthesized as a result of the code in DNA. And for Noble, that's its purpose. DNA is there as a kind of library. When you want to make when the body wants to make a protein, it goes to the DNA library and reads off the necessary bit of DNA and makes the protein. He does not regard DNA as having an essential causal role. And I do, precisely because of what I was saying earlier. A gene that is good at surviving, it has a causal influence on its own probability of surviving, and it does so via embryological processes causing bodies to be good at surviving and good at passing on those genes. There crucially has to be a causal influence by the gene on the body and consequently on its own chances of surviving to the next generation and the next and the next and the next. So that the causal influence of genes is absolutely crucial to the Darwinian process. Nothing else has that property. You might say that since we all, let's say, inherit an arm, I mean, our parents had arms and we have arms, so you might say, isn't the arm something which is replicated? But it's not. The key test of that is, well, if you break your arm, the children don't inherit the broken arm. If you break a gene, your children do inherit the broken gene and all its consequences.
Yes, you've somewhat pessimistically, perhaps, described in this new book genes as a gigantic colony of symbiotic viruses.
Yes, well, that's what I call the sting in the tail. That's my little bit of speculation relegated to the last chapter to keep it sort of safe. Maybe some readers won't get that far. It's not as radical as it sounds, actually. I make a distinction between two kinds of parasite, longitudinal and horizontal parasites. Parasites that go down through the generations, call them verticoparasites, where the way in which the parasite gets itself into the next host is via the gametes, via the eggs, probably eggs, of the present host. That's a verticoparasite. A horizontoparasite is one which gets into the next host by some sideways route, for example, by being sneezed out and breathed in by another host, or coughed out, or released in the form of diarrhea into the water system and then imbibed. So these are all horizontoparasites. Now, if you think about the possible phenotypic effect, the effect that the genes in a parasite might have on its host, a verticoparasite, in quotes, wants exactly the same thing, exactly the same outcome as the genes of the host itself. So any gene which has the effect of making the individual host better at surviving, reproducing, better at being a parent, but sexually attractive, good at building nests, and all those things, verticoparasites have exactly the same interests at heart as the animal's own genes. Horizontal parasites clearly don't. Horizontal parasites, for all they care, the host can die, blow up in a cloud of spores and get passed on that way. So if that's right, and is right, that a verticoparasite, a good example would be mitochondria, which are little organelles inside the host, inside all our cells, which are originally bacteria. They are bacteria, but they've been living in us for billions of years, and they've become totally and utterly symbiotic. We're mutually dependent. And the reason is that they pass to the next host in the eggs of the present host. It only goes down the female line. So that if they had any phenotypic effect, if they had any influence on the host, it would be to the same end as the genes of the host itself, of the human, let's say, itself. So let us hear the conclusion to the whole matter. Every one of our own genes is mutually cooperating in building a body that does all the things that a body does to reproduce and to survive, cooperatively. And the reason our own genes cooperate is simply and solely that they have the same hope of the future. By hope of the future, I mean they pass to the future in the same vehicles which are the gametes of the host. And the same is true of mitochondrial genes, the same is true of any verticoparasite genes. So that means that we can, if in a sort of sense, this is my sting in the tail, a sort of sense say that all our own genes are equivalent to a vast colony of symbiotic viruses.
Quite something. I think one of the great examples to help people understand what you're talking about with environments imprinting themselves onto animals is in cases where we've seen somewhat accelerated cases of natural selection. We spoke last time about the moths in the Industrial Revolution, which evolved to become darker quite quickly. What kinds of examples can we point to help people understand this?
Well, do you want me to talk about that example, Biston betullaria? It's a very well-known example. It's one of the few really good examples we have of natural selection in action, and it comes because of the Industrial Revolution in Britain and other industrial countries, where the whole countryside became blackened and tree trunks became blackened. And a number of species, of which the best known is Biston betullaria, the peppered moth, started to produce, they already did produce a black morph, a dark form, which is a mutant. But what happened in the Industrial Revolution is that natural selection started to favor the black ones. And because they were less conspicuous on tree bark than the pale-colored peppered moth. And Bernard Kettlewell, in this university, devoted himself to demonstrating this, and he showed that when he compared populations in industrial areas, say near Birmingham, comparing with rural areas in Dorset, he found that in the industrial areas, the black ones predominated, in the Dorset and the rural areas, the pale-colored ones predominated. And he actually observed birds selectively taking the pale-colored moths in the industrial areas and the dark-colored moths in the rural areas. And so what we've seen over the past couple of hundred years with collectors collecting these moths is that the frequency in the population of the dark moths in industrial areas has increased dramatically, and not in the rural areas.
You mentioned in passing last time something about mosquitoes on the London Underground.
That's another example. Mosquitoes living in the London Underground have become adapted to living underground and feeding on passengers in the
as we well know.
Yeah.
Convergent evolution is an interesting concept.
Yes, there's a chapter. We have a chapter on that. Convergent evolution is one of the most striking demonstrations of the power of natural selection. Something like the Australian mammal fauna, the marsupial fauna of Australia. Because what happened when the great southern continent of Gondwana broke up, and Australia went one way, and South America went another way, and Antarctica went another way, and so on, from Africa. As it happened, the mammals that Australia got, the early mammals, were marsupial, and so the mammal fauna of Australia is almost exclusively marsupial. The exceptions are bats, for obvious reasons, because they can get there by flying, and more recent introductions like dingoes and rats. But mostly, Australia is peopled by marsupials. And because there are a whole lot of different ways of life in Australia which parallel the ways of life that are available in the old world, you get a range of marsupials which look convergent, which converge upon mammals in the old world and separately in South America. And so we have, in Australia, we have marsupial wolves, that Thylacinus just now extinct, lasted in Tasmania until living memory. And marsupial rabbits, marsupial moles, marsupial mice, and so on, all looking like and behaving like and living like their opposite numbers in the rest of the world, but entirely independently evolved. So the marsupial mole in Australia looks like a mole, behaves like a mole, because it has the same way of life. And there are other moles as well. There's a South African mole, which has also independently evolved the mole way of life. And that's not related to our mole, that's related to elephants. And so we have, again, this convergence of on the mole way of life, and there's convergence on the dog way of life, convergence on the lion way of life, and so on.
I remember speaking to you at one point about, I can't remember what animal it was that was going, that went from the water, out of the water, back into the water, back out of the water again. Yes,
okay. There are lots of animals which, having moved out of the water onto the land, you remember all our ancestors lived in the water, and then the tetrapods, vertebrates, moved out onto the land in form of reptiles, amphibians, mammals, and so on. And then some of them went back to the water. Quite a lot of them did. Dugongs and manatees, whales, turtles, seals and sea lions, partially. So quite a lot of them went back. And then tortoises, uniquely, that's what you're referring to, yes. I think. Tortoises then went back again to the land. So whereas we had ancestors which were fish in the water and we came out on land, whereas whales had ancestors in the water, came out on land, went back into the water again. Tortoises had fish ancestors, came out on land, went back to the water in the form of turtles, and then came back onto the land again as land tortoises, in some cases in very dry land indeed. So that's the only example I know of a sort of doubling back. There may be others.
Is that something that's going to be difficult to read as a genetic book of the...
Well, it is a palimpsest, and it's going to be rather a complicated palimpsest.
But will we be able to tell with accuracy exactly how many times this happened, exactly when it happened?
Not exactly when. It's possible to read it by looking at fossils and by looking at by examining the adaptations to show that the ancestors were in fact aquatic or terrestrial, as the case may be.
I wanted to ask you more broadly, especially myself not being a biologist, what do you think is the most misunderstood concept in evolutionary biology?
Well, I think there are several. One is the underestimation of the amount of time involved, and so people sometimes just don't grasp that there's these huge amounts of time. So you hear people saying things like, "Well, I'll believe in evolution when I see a monkey give birth to a man," kind of thing, because they don't recognize the time involved. Then again, I think there's the improbability. Many of them think that evolution is a matter of chance, because they think the only alternative to design is chance, and therefore you do a sort of probability calculation, the probability of getting all the bits in the right place, whether it's a molecule or a body. The probability of getting all the bits in the right place is negligible. I mean, it's 1 in billions, and they don't realize that it happened gradually, and you don't suddenly get something like an eye, all the bits falling into place in one fell swoop. What you have is a gradual improvement from a very simple, primitive eye, a gradual improvement step by step by step. In an earlier book, I used the analogy of what I called Mount Improbable, where you have a great big vertical cliff, and on top of the cliff is an eye, and the idea of making an eye in one fell swoop is equivalent to jumping from the bottom of the cliff to the top. And obviously you can't do that. So you go around the other side of the mountain and you find there's a nice gentle slope. And you just creep up the slope gradually. And that's what really happened, because you get to the bottom of the slope, you have hardly an eye at all, just say a light-sensitive spot. And then you have a sheet of light-sensitive cells, and then you have that sheet bending into a slight cup, which can't form an image, but sort of gives us kind of vague idea of what direction light or dark is coming from. And then the cup starts to close in like that, gradually closing in. And you get a pinhole camera, which is a crude image-forming device. It's very dim, it's very inefficient, but it is a kind of image. And then a lens forms by to begin with, any kind of transparent gubbins inside it, which acts as a slight focusing, has a slight focusing effect, and then that gradually improves and so on. So that you have a gradient all the way up the slope of Mount Improbable to the top, where you have this very, very beautifully designed thing with its imperfections as well.
What can we make of the criticism from so-called irreducible complexity? There appear to be things which are very difficult to imagine evolving piecemeal in this way.
Yes.
Michael Behe's famous analogy is with a mousetrap, where if any of those pieces are missing,
yes,
it doesn't function at all. How does half a wing help an ant?
Yes, that's usually a lack of imagination. I call it the argument from personal incredulity. What's the use of half a wing? That's a particularly easy one, actually. Half a wing is better than a quarter of a wing, and a quarter of a wing is better than an eighth of a wing. If you just imagine an animal like a squirrel, which leaps from bough to bough in a tree, and it's important not to fall short, because then you crash down. So there's a certain distance which a squirrel can jump. I don't know what it is. And then if you imagine that the squirrel has a slight increase in membrane between its elbow and its ribs, just a little slight one, then that slightly increases the distance that it can jump. Well, a forest contains a whole set of different distances of boughs from each other. And no matter what distance you think of, there'll be a slightly greater distance which you could jump if you only had a little bit of a membrane. And that means an even greater one if you had a slightly bigger membrane. And so the membrane just gets bigger and bigger until you have a membrane stretching from the tip of the finger to the tip of the toe. And these are familiar. There are a lot of convergent animals that have that. There are flying squirrels. There are at least two different sorts of flying squirrel among rodents. There's the so-called flying lemur of Southeast Asia, which is not a lemur, but it has the same idea, and also the membrane embraces the tail in this case. There are similar flying lizards, so-called, they do it by means of having the ribs sticking out and membrane joining the ribs. Well, that gets you to a nice glide. These creatures they don't exactly fly, they don't flap their wings, they glide maybe as much as 100 yards from one tree to another. So it's a superb piece of gliding. And they can, to some extent, steer by moving their limbs like this, and they can guide themselves as they glide down. Well, it's not that difficult to imagine going from there to flapping a bit, and this could give rise to a bat. And
I've even seen somebody try to actually show how a mousetrap might, in theory at least, have evolved. So
yes, the mousetrap is the one that I forgot forgotten the man's name, probably deliberately.
Michael Behe, I think. Michael Behe.
Behe, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And the refutation of Michael Behe is very well given in Kenneth Miller's book. Kenneth Miller is very valuable to us because he's a devout Roman Catholic, and so he can kind of talk to everybody.
What about in your own work? Be it evolutionary or be it something else, what do you often find is the most misunderstood thing that you have advocated or stood for, perhaps in audience Q&As and things like that?
Oh, goodness. Probably get some examples tonight, I think. Let me think. Have you got any suggestions?
Well, I wonder how you feel, for instance, about the recent furore over your cultural Christianity movement.
Oh, yes, that's very unfortunate. I was on the radio, and I think I said I was a cultural Christian. And all I meant was that I was brought up in Christian schools, and so I'm very familiar with the Bible and with the Psalms and with hymns, and so I kind of feel embedded in a Christian culture. But I think a lot of people rather eagerly seized on that as meaning that I was somehow halfway towards being a proper Christian. Like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who, by the way, is talking at this moment in the Sheldonian.
Sheldonian.
Yes. It's very unfortunate.
Whoever put that together.
It was not deliberate. But she became, I think she became a political Christian, and then actually now she's become a real Christian. And I think she's sincere.
Well, the term cultural Christianity is used by some to mean something like a desire for or an advocacy for something like the fruits of Christianity.
Yes.
And it sounds like maybe that's not quite what you're doing.
It's far from yes.
I mean, do you only mean by saying that you're a cultural Christian that you happen to have been brought up in that culture, or do you mean that you kind of like it, that you prefer it?
Well, I've been caught out saying that before. I don't want to, it's too eagerly seized upon. I don't want to say that. I just want to say I'm embedded in a Christian culture, went to Christian schools, and if you ask me, if you produce a quotation from the Bible, I might recognize it.
Mm-hmm. We spoke about this before, but people always like to ask you this. They accuse the new atheists of having created something of a meaning vacuum into which other ideas can fill. I know that you respond to this by saying that you're against all kinds of nonsense and that should do the trick.
I'm accused of opening the door to wokery.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I understand that that's something that you have also had some choice words about. But even if you're against the thing that came to fill its place, can you still be held in part responsible for opening that door, even if you thoroughly condemn the thing that washes in after it?
You could, I suppose. Yes, I wouldn't like to admit that, but I could imagine somebody saying that.
Well, in light of that possibility, when you look at the project of new atheism, are you proud of it?
I'm not sure if it ever was a project. That's a phrase that was a journalistic phrase that was invented not by me and not by any of my colleagues, not by Christopher Hitchens or Sam Harris or Dan Dennett or indeed Ayaan Hirsi Ali. And so I don't think we can really be blamed for a project that we didn't undertake. We simply wrote a book and discovered that some of our colleagues had written a book at the same time. So I don't think there ever was a project. And so whether it failed or succeeded is really not really relevant.
Well, you did start to sort of team up and debate and give talks, as if you had sort of something that you wanted to do to the world. Do you consider it to have been a success?
Yes, I mean, I took part in at least one debate together with Christopher Hitchens, and that was quite fun. I don't think... Well, it would have been rather good if it had been a project, I suppose, but I don't think it was.
Do you think overall you look back on it as a success? I mean, clearly in this country, Christianity is less than 50% for the first time, but globally speaking, Christianity, for example, seems to be on the rise. And so I wonder what the scope of this
Yes, I mean, I think you're right,
that
Christianity is declining in Europe and America. America's lagging behind, but it could be that overall in the world, if you count Africa, say, it may be increasing. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I suppose if you say there was a project, well, those 4 books would have been read in Europe and America, and if they're not read in Africa, that's unfortunate, but that could be why.
We said a moment ago that even if you condemn the thing that comes in after you open the door, it's still possible that by opening that door, something worse has been ushered in. And in that respect, especially as, at least in the minimal sense, a cultural Christian, do you in any way regret the attack on Christianity?
Yes, I mean, you could say it would have been better to... I think Ayaan Hirsi Ali herself started off when I called her a political Christian. That was really her rationale, that she felt that Christianity was a bulwark against something worse. I mean, quote Hilaire Belloc, always keep a hold of nurse for fear of finding something worse. That's not I don't think that's a very good maxim for refraining from criticizing irrationality when I see it. The fear that if you criticize this form of irrationality, an even worse form will take its place. That might have been her way. My way is to criticize irrationality wherever I see it.
You're asked quite often about Jordan Peterson, and I don't like to follow that theme, but we did just sit down a few weeks ago for your first recorded conversation with Jordan Peterson in a number of years, the previous of which was something of a disaster. It's the first time that you've sat down and had perhaps a semi-productive conversation and even got to spend some time at dinner with him afterwards. I wonder, given that you have had some choice words for Dr. Peterson in the past, did that event change your opinion of him in any way?
Well, the first time was a meeting in Oxford without an audience, and indeed both were without an audience, and it was requested by him, and it wasn't very fruitful. I didn't really get very many words in edgeways. I was able to tackle his belief that DNA, in some sense, is a Jungian archetype, that if you look at various forms of primitive art, you often find snakes coiling around each other. And he thinks that that's some kind of primitive awareness of the double helix of DNA, which is, of course, utter nonsense. Then in the second meeting we had just recently in Arizona, that had the benefit of a moderator, which was you. And I don't always think moderators are a good idea, but in this case it was pretty well essential. It lasted a long time. It was filmed. I suppose it'll be released on YouTube or somewhere like that.
Today, I think.
Yes. Did you say
today?
Today,
I believe. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. And my impression is that he is, well, as I told him, drunk on symbols. He doesn't seem to care very much about whether propositions are true so much as whether they have some kind of deep symbolic resonance, some kind of, perhaps with a Jungian archetype. So, for example, he is very, very keen on the biblical story of Cain and Abel. You know, Cain slew Abel in a fit of jealousy because Abel's burnt offering was favored by God and Cain's wasn't. And Jordan Peterson thinks that this is a very important story that somehow has symbolic significance for the whole of humanity, which is fair enough. I mean, Jungian archetypes are fine. But he then says something like, Cain and Abel were the first humans to be born naturally. Well, that betrays, I mean, obviously he doesn't think Cain and Abel actually existed on the one hand, because he's a rational modern human, and he knows perfectly well that Adam and Eve didn't exist and their children Cain and Abel didn't. But nevertheless, he said the first humans to be naturally born. So that's muddling up fact with symbol. It's not, and I tried to pin him down to say that however important symbols might be, facts are important too. And you can't just deny, you can't just ignore facts or skate over them. If you're asked a factual question, is this true or not? I tried to pin him down on virgin birth. Was Jesus actually born of a virgin? And it didn't really matter to him. He didn't care. What matters is the symbolic significance of being born of a virgin. And I think this is probably characteristic of a certain type of theologian generally. They're just not interested in facts, only interested in metaphorical significance.
One thing that I might take from listening to his interaction with you is specifically with regards to the genetic book of the dead, the idea that genes, be what they may, can cause ancestral environments to be imprinted on animals. You can look at an animal, look at its genetic makeup, and just know something true about its ancestral origin. Do you think there's any truth in the idea that this can happen in a mimetic sense with something like the evolution of religious ideas, that the ideas that have survived mimetic competition throughout humanity, which will now manifest as things like the Christian story, are, in a sense, a demonstration of the truth of our ancestral...
I think very likely, yes. I think that's a very interesting thought, and I'd like to explore it. It does seem to me to be possibly a very fruitful line of thought.
It seems to me that was perhaps something that captivated Jordan Peterson in talking to you, but like you say, sort of struggling to...
Yes, I mean, he wanted to say that Jungian archetypes are memes, or memes are Jungian archetypes.
Yes.
And I sort of thought that was vaguely plausible, but not very interesting.
I remember before we spoke to him, I said to you, well, one of the questions he'd been interested in was, what's your definition of God? Like, what is the image of God that you have in your head? And you said to me at the time, well, I should be asking him what his definition of God is.
Yes.
And true as that may be, if you write a book called The God Delusion, and you talk about God not existing, even if just to negate the concept, you must have something in your mind that you are talking about as not being real or being delusionary.
Yes.
And I think some of the biggest criticisms of your work in this regard, from David Bentley Hart, for example, have been that the thing that you're attacking is essentially the wrong conception of God. So what is your conception of God?
The kind of God which I think is extremely interesting, if it existed, would be an intelligent creator who invented the laws of physics and laid down the physical constants and started the universe off and possibly intervened later. So a God who is a divine mathematician, a divine physicist, a creative force. Now, the theory, the hypothesis that there does exist such a being is a very exciting, interesting hypothesis, which, if it were true, would totally revolutionize science. I mean, everything we do in science would be totally revolutionized by the thought that actually there's a designer that did it all. And so that's the kind of God that I think doesn't exist, but which would be very interesting if it did.
And when you hear people say that God is not that, God is not some author of the universe that sets things up.
Yeah, well, what the hell is it then?
Well,
yeah,
that's the question.
yes.
Is
Well, you read theology, so
So I did, and at risk of turning this into a debate for the last 9 minutes,
yeah.
I mean, there are lots of ideas, right? And there are, you'll know, even if you think that they're talking nonsense or you don't agree with them, that the amount of interactions you've had with sophisticated theologians, they must tell you that the image that they have of God is at least different from yours.
Yes, well, what, like what? I mean, if it's not a creative intelligence, it is a creative intelligence, even in their view.
So you would say that even as broad as saying a creative intelligence, you would sort of confidently say this is illusory.
That's the kind of God I'm interested in debating about. If there's another kind, like what?
Well, where's Jordan Peterson when you need him? For risk of time, I think we should leave it there. I mean, theologians will say that God is just being itself. God is the same thing as good. God is the same thing as truth. But I imagine that doesn't resonate with Richard Dawkins.
It leaves me cold.
I wanted to ask about something I already asked you in LA, but just for the sake of a new audience as well. Near the end of, or just after Christopher Hitchens died, there was a book written by Larry Taunton called
Yes.
The Faith of Christopher Hitchens,
Yes.
which attempted to show that near the end of his life, Hitchens may have been flirting with faith in a way that might surprise people. What did you think of that book? And are you worried that the same kind of thing might one day happen to you?
I have read it. I have read it. I think it's a disgrace. It doesn't exactly say that Christopher Hitchens became a Christian, but it sort of comes as close as he dared. I regard it as speaking ill of the dead. Christopher Hitchens is no longer here to defend himself, and I think it's thoroughly disreputable. The same thing happened to Darwin, by the way. Mm-hmm. There was a woman called Lady Hope who went and called on Darwin and alleged that he had had a Christian conversion on his deathbed. And it is a hazard that faces certain people.
And just to really put this in stone, do you think that there is any chance whatsoever that something like that might in fact happen to you?
That somebody might allege it, or it might actually happen?
That it might actually happen?
Absolutely zero chance that it might actually happen.
Well,
as Christopher Hitchens himself said, actually, he said that if anybody alleges that I had a deathbed conversion, I must have lost my marbles. I mean, didn't put it quite that way, but that's what he meant.
Yeah. I asked you before, and we're about to go to the Q&A cards. I asked you before, I found this really interesting. Before we had an in-person Q&A, I said, well, what's your least favorite question that you've been asked throughout your career? And I was quite surprised to hear you say that, at least in that moment, free will came to mind, that you dislike being asked about that.
Well, that's a very common one. Do you believe in free will? And I hate the question. And I usually resort to Christopher Hitchens' answer, which is, do I believe in free will? I have no choice. But I also hate the...
I wonder what else there is that you dislike.
Yeah, I hate the what advice would you give a young person question.
Yes, actually, I remember in LA, you said, I asked what your least favorite question is, and you said the free will question. And then we went to Q&A, and somebody came up and said, I was just wondering what advice you might give to a teacher. And you said, earlier when I was asked about my least favorite favorite question, I did feel a bit bad for the chap, but you understand why people would come to you looking for advice, especially as a teacher, as he was. He teaches biology, and you've done so much to communicate. You must have learned some lessons about how to get these ideas across, especially to hostile audiences, that you might be able to share with people.
Well, that's a bit different. It's a bit. I mean, the advice to young people, young person, I hate that. But how to get ideas across? Put yourself in the position of the reader, of the listener. Try to say what might be misunderstood about what I've just written. Read it again and again and again through different eyes and try to say, how might this be misunderstood? Try to see how might this be misunderstood. And that's what I do all the time. And if I have any success in getting ideas across, I think it's because I put myself in the position of the reader. And it's amazing how few people actually do that. If you read, there's just sort of instruction manuals for how to, I don't know, build an IKEA piece of furniture or something. Put yourself in the position of the reader is a fundamental maxim that ought to be obeyed.
I think we can agree that you've done a pretty good job of that. And we'll see how that continues when we move to Q&A, which I think is about time for. So we have pre-submitted questions, which I'll take a hold of now. Thank you so much. So I believe that these were written as people were coming in.
So they didn't hear what we've been talking about.
So they haven't heard what we've been talking about, unfortunately. So we'll see how many of these we can get through. First, we spent the afternoon in the Ashmolean Museum. 5,000 years ago, religion was useful. Why haven't we grown out of it yet?
Because not enough people have read The God Delusion. I'll try and do better later.
Okay, next. Before language developed in humans, how do you think thought was processed?
Oh, gosh, that's very interesting. There are people who talk about mentalese as a sort of internal language that is eventually externalized in the form of language. I rather like the idea that language itself, which is uniquely human, by the way. I mean, plenty of animals have systems of communication, but no other animal has the same hierarchical nesting of phrases, the indefinite building up of phrases in the form of if so-and-so, then so-and-so, the man who built the house that Jack built, and so on. This is a hierarchical embedding which requires a level of computation which it looks as though only the human brain has. And I rather like the idea that a predecessor of that, and I suppose this may be present in other animals, is the thought processes. If I do so-and-so, then maybe the so-and-so will happen. If I do this, then maybe that will happen. As a thought process which then became externalized in the form of spoken language, I think that's an interesting possibility.
In the mid-2000s, two phenomena occurred. You and a few others wrote well-read books arguing against Christianity and religion, which sold very well. Second, there was a strong decline in levels of religious belief in Europe and America. Which was the cause and which was the effect?
Or neither.
Or neither.
I think I have to be humble and suggest neither. But I would very much like to think that our books were a cause. I know they were in the case of certain individuals because I get letters saying so, but whether that had a sort of statistical effect that we're talking about, I wouldn't like to say. I can't quite see how it could go the other way. I mean, I can't see how you could make a causal arrow from a statistical decline in religion to 4 people writing books.
Well, I suppose the popularity of the books and the way they were received, do you think that people were reading these books and thinking, gosh, that's interesting and that's why they did so well, or were people sort of already on board and that's why the books were received so well?
Yes, possible. I do think a lot of people have said to me, not that they were converted by my book, but that it articulated what they thought all along.
Yes, I think that Wittgenstein opens the Tractus by saying something like, this book may only be useful to people who are already convinced of the argument that is contained within it. And maybe something like that is going on with new atheism, at least implicit in the question. What do you think the next big breakthrough in science or evolutionary biology is likely to be?
In science, I suppose you could, including physics, which is not my science, I suppose the theory of everything and the unification of quantum theory and relativity. In biology, in evolutionary biology, I think perhaps the origin of life, which is a bit of a mystery, and it may always remain a mystery because it happened a very long time ago, and we may never be able to recreate a model for what happened. I think the best we could hope for there would be a model which is so brilliant that you sort of feel it has to be true. I doubt if we could ever actually prove it.
Do you think there's a future where religion and science coexist? What's your view currently on this relationship between religion and science?
No, I don't think so. If by religion you mean what I said earlier, which was a belief in a creator, a creative intelligence, I don't think so. If religion is defined in some kind of a different way, I suppose it might be, yes.
So just belief in the supernatural creator, you think, is destined to always be incompatible with science?
I think that, yes, I do think that's incompatible with science, but I think that we never really got to grips with much in the way of alternative definitions, but if there might be one that, I mean, if it's just the spirit of goodness or something, then what the hell does that mean?
Do you think that science and religion, or when you talk about sort of the creative power behind the universe being at odds with science, is that in the sense of science giving us reason to think it can't be the case, or more in this sort of non-overlapping magisterial approach, that they just have nothing to do with each other?
No, I'm strongly against that. I mean, it's not impossible that there is a creative intelligence. That's a very interesting hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis. I mean, there's one hypothesis that we're all living in a simulation. And that's very hard to refute. And if it's true, then that is a creative intelligence. But my feeling there would be that whoever did the programming of that simulation must have evolved, or that you can't have an infinite regress there. It must have evolved, or must have been the product of another simulation which had to have, where the creator had to have evolved. You can't. I don't think, in my view, it's scientific to say that there just was a creative intelligence. It has to have evolved. If we are the product of a creative intelligence, then that creative intelligence must have evolved.
Somebody's asked here, do you think human beings are the last stage in evolution? If not, what comes next?
Well, I don't think there's any reason to expect there should be a last stage in evolution. If humans were wiped out, went extinct, then it's possible that some other creature would evolve. By last stage, I presume that would mean, the question must mean superior in some way, superior in...
Complete, I suppose?
Well, no, that doesn't mean anything. I don't think, I mean, every creature, every species is the last stage in its own evolution, because it's the tips of the twigs of the tree. But by last stage, I take it that means in some kind of progressive sense that we are the only species that's produced intelligence and language.
Perhaps.
Yes, and so if we went extinct, would dolphins take over and that's possible, but we shall never know.
Somebody's asked here, in light of the rapid advancement of genetic engineering and artificial intelligence, how do you think it might affect human evolution, and what might be the implications? That question is from Martin Nayland, I think.
Well, I suppose artificial intelligence might take over and leave us behind. And so we might, that might be the future of evolution. And we might disappear and be represented purely in the form of our artifacts. Martin Rees, the Astronomer Royal, is of the opinion that if we ever encounter extraterrestrial life, it will not be in the form of the biologically evolved life, it will be in the form of the artifacts which they created and which have a much greater lifespan than the original life form. So it's possible that the future of humanity, the greater part of the future of humanity could lie in silico.
And what about genetic engineering?
Yes, well, this is speculating into the science fiction future. Genetic engineering could have very dramatic effects upon human evolution. Human evolution could become intelligently designed rather than evolving by natural selection.
I think somebody asked at the last Q&A, it was unfortunate because I think we both might have misunderstood their question. They asked about the influence of cosmetic surgery on evolution. And I think we both thought, well, cosmetic surgery doesn't have an effect because it's not genetic. But thinking about it afterwards, this may have been a question about mate selection. Again, a little bit like how human beings are adapting their environment to evolve in unnatural ways. You might call it unnatural selection. What do you think is the future, as the previous questioner, I think, asked, of human evolution in this world of mate selection being totally warped by things like cosmetic surgery and the possibility for genetic engineering and just the fact that we care for the weak out of a feeling of moral obligation to them?
Well, there's a lot in there. I mean, mate selection, cosmetic surgery, these are very different things. Do you mean that the standards of beauty were so modified by artificial plastic surgery and so on?
Well, people are able to exhibit signs that people would usually be quite influential in mate selection, but now they're essentially falsified and fake.
Yes, I don't think I select my mate in that way. Not sure how to answer that.
Somebody said, it seems to me that the evolution of Darwinian life is inevitable once you have the chemistry in place and self-replicating molecules like RNA, DNA, or whatever. What about evolution of intelligent life? Is it as inevitable? Are mammals, as primates, more likely to evolve intelligence?
Yes, that's very interesting. I think there are a handful of major steps in evolution which led to eventually intelligent life, and that the origin of life itself is one thing, as the question says, and then the origin of the eukaryotic cell, when there was a symbiotic union between prokaryotic bacterial type cells to produce the complicated cells that most of the animals and plants we're familiar with, all except bacteria and archaea, have. And then multicellular life, where instead of having single cells, cells club together to form these huge, great lumbering machines, which are built of billions of cells. That's another step. And then the production of nervous systems and the production of advanced nervous systems that are intelligent. And each one of those could have been a major step, which could have been a very improbable event, and which, if we're thinking about extraterrestrial life, it could be that, for example, there's a lot of kind of bacteria-type extraterrestrial life all around the universe, but rather few examples where they've broken through to a large entity, a large body, which might be capable of intelligence and of communicating with us, because if we ever do encounter extraterrestrial life, it almost certainly will be by radio, almost certainly by picking up radio signals from outer space. And so the barrier to producing an intelligence level, a technological level, to actually generate very powerful radio transmitters would be a big barrier. And so then maybe that the universe may be crawling with life, but life capable, advanced enough to broadcast radio signals could be very rare.
I think there's also this concept, well, there's a concept in philosophy of the philosophical zombie, that is a biological organism which acts in exactly the same way as a conscious being. It even reacts to pain, it shouts out, all of this kind of stuff. But there is just actually no first-person conscious experience. It just does it as a mechanism, a bit like Descartes' view of what animals were. Given the possibility of that, well, I suppose I should first ask whether you think that's possible. Do you think that there could have evolved this philosophical zombie?
I find it very hard to deny that. I've always thought so. I've always thought that it's hard to imagine what subjective consciousness is all about, what it's for. I don't even know that you're conscious. I suspect you are, because you came into the world in the same kind of way as I did, and I know that I am. But trying to refute the idea that the intelligent zombie that you were talking about could work, it could work. I've no doubt about it. It certainly could.
In that case, what could be the evolutionary purpose of this mysterious thing, the first-person conscious experience, if there are animals that could have existed in exactly the same way, just without the experience?
I find it very baffling, and I would love to understand that.
Do you have any sort of pet favorite theories about consciousness, the origin of consciousness, what it is, what it consists in?
No, I haven't. I've read Dennett, I've read Humphrey. I just don't come down in any particular favorite.
You think it's a question for the scientist or a question for the philosopher?
I think it might be for both. It might also be for computer scientists, actually. I think that may be where the answer comes from engineering.
What sparked your passion for evolutionary biology? Where did it start?
The fascination with complexity, the fact that living things, including us, are so incredibly complicated and so incredibly elegantly designed, far, far beyond what you'd expect from just physics. And so that's what led me into my curiosity about biology, the explanation for the existence of prodigious levels of complexity which you get in living things.
A related question that I've found among this pack is, what is your favorite species or animal from the Genetic Book of the Dead?
Well, I like the whole of life. I mean, there are some species that amuse me. I'm very fond of Vero's shifaka, which is a lemur in Madagascar. All lemurs are in Madagascar, but what it does is it dances on its hind legs with its arms in the air in a kind of cavorting way across clearings. That's very comical. But yeah, okay, well, let's do, if you must have an answer.
Somebody asked before what you think the biggest breakthrough will be in evolutionary biology, and you said the origin of life. Seems like we might be quite far off that. A related but different question, what do you think is the most promising area of research currently in evolutionary biology?
I suppose the use of DNA sequencing to discover the entire pedigree of life, the actual family tree, relationship, the tree of cousinship of all life.
What are your thoughts, says one questioner, about the growing divide of what's morally right and wrong and what we're seeing in the world right now? Do you think there is a growing divide between morally right and what we're seeing in the world right now?
Not quite sure what that.
'Cause I'm not sure.
Driving at.
I'm not sure either. But I suppose there is an idea that the world is sort of getting worse in some respects, maybe politically or maybe in terms of our culture, that it's somehow getting worse. Is that something that you perceive?
I've read Steven Pinker, the Better Angels of Our Nature, where he argues just the reverse, that look, if you look at the broad sweep of history, it's getting better. And I found that rather persuasive. I found that our notions of what's right and what's wrong are getting better. I mean, we no longer send children up chimneys. We no longer have slaves. We treat the sexes equally. We don't. We still ill-treat animals, but not much less than we used to. We don't have entertainment of throwing cats on fires in order for the entertainment value. We don't have public executions, and the number of people who suffer violent deaths, amazingly, is going down. It doesn't feel like it, but Pinker gives very good evidence that that homicide is on a downward curve.
What do you think accounts for the feeling, as evident by at least one questioner here, that the world is getting worse, the apocalyptic feeling of our current...
Yes, well, again, Pinker suggests that it's, and I think plausibly, that bad news is news. Good news doesn't hit the headlines. So you never see a headline which says things are getting better. You'll only see a headline which says there's been a disaster or a war or that.
A lot of sort of moralized talk there throughout the history of your career, especially with regards to your religious discussions. People have criticized atheists for not having a grounding for morality. You just use a lot of morally charged language. What is your idea about what morality is? Do you just see it as an evolutionary construct, or do you think there's truth of the matter?
I think that moral philosophy is a very respectable subject, and moral philosophers who do things like base it on the golden rule and then generalize from that. That is a way of providing, of designing a sort of society that we might wish to live in. I certainly don't think you need religion for that, because I mean, if you based your morality on religion, it would be very unpleasant. So the best we can do, I think, is to think morally, to do moral philosophy, and think about designing society and the sort of society we'd like to live in.
People want to ask, in a situation where people have different moral standards, people have different ideas, including the religious people that you mentioned, you say that would be a bad idea. Well, they say that it's a good idea. And somebody over here says that maximizing human pleasure or flourishing is a good idea. What metric can we use to... Yeah,
it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, do you maximize the sum of human happiness, the sum of happiness of sentient beings? Do you maximize... do you give priority to certain kinds of being rather than others? There are all sorts of... Do you minimize suffering? Do you minimize pain? You get a different answer with each of those axioms of morality. But whichever axiom you choose, there's then quite a lot of logical thought going on to derive a good code of action following from those axioms.
Do you think there's any way of determining answers to those questions that don't just rely on subjective whim, but are in some sense true?
I don't think there is any such way. I think Sam Harris thinks that minimizing suffering is so obviously the axiom we should be following. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. You could imagine a different axiom. So I think you can't actually say that any one of those axioms is the right one. But you can say, once you've got an axiom, you can then do quite a lot of rational thought about what follows from it in the sense of rules for action.
Do you have a conscious axiom that is at the basis of your view of morality?
I think minimizing the suffering of sentient beings is close to it.
Somebody here has asked about artificial intelligence and the effect that it will have on science and human power in terms of scientific discoveries. Oftentimes the AI discussion is focused around AI consciousness and this kind of stuff. But in terms of what it will allow us to do, for example, the protein folding was solved by artificial intelligence. What do you think about the power of AI in scientific discovery?
I'm rather bowled over by how successful it is. I mean, you mentioned the protein folding problem. That's proteins are strings of amino acids, and it's a one-dimensional string of amino acids which is determined by DNA. The effect of that protein, the work that it does, depends upon its folding into a three-dimensional structure, and that's determined by the laws of chemistry. And it's a very, very difficult problem to predict how a given string of amino acids will fold. It ties itself into a kind of knot. And that's what this brilliant AI program does. It can actually predict what the three-dimensional form of protein will fold itself into.
And can you see this artificial intelligence being used in the future in similar ways? I mean, it's kind of difficult to imagine how AI would determine where life came from, or something like this, but I mean, are there areas that you're optimistic about when it comes to AI?
Yes, I mean, I've been so impressed so far that I wouldn't like to set a limit on what it might do. I'm not impressed by some of its factual knowledge, but I think that's probably easy to remedy.
Yes. In your career of debates and discussions, again, about biology, about God, about whatever, you've encountered a lot of objections. What has been the strongest, most challenging one, or one that has been particularly challenging? Has anything kept you up at night as a result of any of the debates and discussions that you've had over your career?
Well, you mentioned so many different things. I mean, science or religion or
Well, let's take the religion. I think that's been the most contested thing you've done.
No, I don't think anything keeps me up at night. I suppose the nearest approach would be the fine-tuning point that the physical constants, the sort of half dozen or so numbers that physicists can measure, and which are very important, but which they don't have a rationale for. They don't understand why these constants have the value that they have, things like the gravitational constant. And the theoretical demonstration that if any one of those constants was slightly different in value, if you imagine a set of knobs which you could twiddle to change the value of the gravitational constant and the other fundamental constants, then the universe wouldn't exist and we wouldn't exist. So the reason we exist is that these fundamental constants are precisely tuned to certain values. Some people think you can derive theism from that, or at least deism from that. I don't, because I think you're simply pushing the problem back and wondering where the creator, where the divine knob twiddler came from. And one of the ways that physicists solve the problem is to say there are other reasons coming from theoretical physics. There are other reasons to expect that there is a multiverse of many, many universes, all of whom have different fundamental constants. And we obviously have to be living in, if there's a minority of these universes that has the fundamental constants set to exactly the right, tuned to exactly the right values, then we have to be in such a universe because we exist. That's the anthropic argument. And so I think that's probably a consensus among a lot of physicists. A lot of other physicists think that we just don't yet understand why they have the value that they do, and when we have a theory of everything, it'll all fall into place.
Given the opportunity to deconvert the very last religious believer, he wouldn't do it.
Yes, I know.
He said, you know, if we'd done it, and he said that he'd been in a conversation with you, and you'd been talking about this, and he said, and you said, well, if you'd done it and there were one person left, Christopher said, I wouldn't do it. And not just because there'd be no one left to argue with, although there is that, but because there's just something that doesn't feel right about it. And he said, the look that Richard Dawkins gave me remains with me. Can you understand what he was saying?
No, I mean, I get the point about not having anyone to argue with, because he was the world's greatest arguer, and so I get that. But I don't think anything else.
So, to clarify, as I think we did in Los Angeles, given the opportunity to deconvert the very last religious believer, and that means that for good or ill, whatever this religious idea has done throughout history, here you have the lone survivor of ancient wisdom right in front of you, and you have the ability to snap them out of it. The very last one. Do you do it?
Yes. I mean, I suppose it's a little bit like, and this is, I'd give a different answer if you said the last person to speak some language. Mm. I think that's sad when a language dies, but I don't think that's the parallel work.
But why is it sad when the language dies?
Hard to say. I don't know. It's like when a species goes extinct.
And you don't feel that way about a species of idea, because I think that's actually a great way of trying to picture.
Yeah,
I think what
I was trying to get at.
Maybe Hitchens is getting
Yes,
at.
I was trying to.
But you don't feel the same way.
I don't think I do, no.
There you have it, folks. I think we're just about out of time, but I'm hoping that you can all help me one more time in thanking, on his last tour, Professor Richard Dawkins.
Do you believe that as a fact, that Jesus died for our sins?
There are elements of the texts that I don't claim to understand. What my experience has been that the more deeply I look into these texts, the more I learn. That doesn't mean that I can proclaim full knowledge of what the texts proclaim. But I don't think, and I'm not trying to play a trick here, you know, I watched an interview that you did recently where you were talking, I think it was with Piers Morgan, yeah, about the complexities of trying to understand this strange realm of quantum phenomena, right? And we have a trouble with quantum phenomena because at the micro level, things don't act like things act at the macro level. So they escape our intuitions. And one of the things you said was that although it's perhaps even impossible for creatures embodied like us to get a grip on quantum phenomena, the strange wave-particle duality, for example, we have ample evidence that it works and stellarly. And I would say exactly the same thing about the biblical texts. Is they run into a mystery, like there's a horizon of mystery, which I do not claim to penetrate. But insofar as I've been able to understand the texts, every time I make a improvement in understanding, it reveals something to me that's just like shattering.
Quantum physics is deeply mysterious, and you're saying that biblical texts are deeply mysterious. The difference is quantum physics, the predictions you derive from quantum physics are fulfilled to the umpteenth decimal place. Mm-hmm. The umpteenth decimal place, I mean, I think it was Richard Feynman says, equivalent to predicting the width of North America to the nearest hair's breadth. Mm-hmm, now, right. That's impressive. That's
no doubt.
The mystery there as it were, gains its credentials by its predictions. The mysteries of the Bible don't have any credentials at all, as far as I can make out.
Well, I guess the credentials that I would put, you made a statement a couple of months ago that I found very interesting. And I don't claim to understand it, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot with it. You said that you were a cultural Christian. Okay, and so that raised a number of questions in my mind. And the first question was,
You are changing the subject.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be leaping outside of the topic a bit to get back to it.
We can do cultural Christianity, but I think I have a list of questions that you wanted to ask, and that is one of them. But I think Professor Dawkins did ask you...
You were referring to the predictive power and to the utility of the stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually what I was trying to zero in on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that was the point. Well, it seemed to me that your proclamation that you were a cultural Christian was a recognition and a statement that you had found something in the culture that had been derived from Christianity that you had an affinity with, and that there's some reason for that. And one of the things I wanted to ask you is, well, what do you think that Christianity got right that allows you to make a statement like that? I mean, I know that there's differences perhaps in what we both think about the ultimate veracity of the biblical stories. Maybe there isn't differences. Like, it would take a lot of conversation to figure this out. But what did you mean by that? Like, what do you think that Christianity got right that would enable you to make a statement like that?
Virtually nothing. I meant by that no more than that I'm brought up in a Christian culture. I went to Christian schools. I therefore know my way around the Bible. I know my way around the Book of Common Prayer. I know the hymns. That's all. I don't value Christianity as a truth system at all.
Okay, so let me ask you about that, because maybe that's true and perhaps it's not. So the first question is, like, do you think that there are any marked differences between cultural traditions that would enable you to rank order them in terms of their ethical validity?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so for example, we could contrast mainstream UK Christianity with Islamic fundamentalism.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy.
There is a hierarchy.
Okay, a hierarchy that points to what?
Well, in the case of Islam, I dislike any religion which punishes apostasy with death, that throws gay people off high buildings, that practices clitoridectomy. That seems to me to place Islam on a lower level than Christianity, but that's not to say anything very positive about Christianity.
Well, it might be to say something positive about Christianity. Like, I think that question is open, because you might ask yourself, what did Christianity get right that led it away from those particular presumptions and towards something that you regard as more ethically appropriate? Like, this isn't a trivial question.
It's a very modest claim. There's not very much. I mean, to be better than a religion that throws gay people off high buildings is not really a very virtuous achievement.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, because if you look at the barbarism that characterizes the human past, you might think that any progression whatsoever towards something approximating mercy and tolerance is nothing short of a bloody miracle.
Well,
like, people are pretty ruthless, and so are our chimpanzee cousins.
Yes, they are.
Right. So we move forward into the light with great difficulty.
Yes,
and
yes.
the fact that we can take that for granted now, and that it seems self-evident and deserving of faint praise, it's not so clear to me that that's a reasonable proposition.
Okay, let's grant the faint praise, but that has nothing to do with the truth value, and what I care about is the truth value. I see no truth value in the claims of Christianity, the virgin birth, the resurrection, the miracles. Do you believe in any of those? Do you believe Jesus was born a virgin?
As I said before, there are elements of the text that I don't feel qualified to comment on. My experience has been that the more, I know from a metaphorical perspective and from a mythic perspective what the story of the virgin birth means, and I accept that. I know, for example, that any culture that doesn't hold the image of the woman and infant sacred dies. And I don't know how that needs to be expressed in a form.
Is it true, though?
Do you mean that you don't know?
Well, let me ask you about that, because truth, this is something I talked with Sam Harris about too. Truth, as we know, is a tricky business. Do you think there are differences in the truth claims between different writers of fiction? Like, is Dostoevsky more profound than...
No, well, I wouldn't call fiction truth claims anyway. I mean, these are...
Then on what grounds do we rank order the fiction in terms of quality? Like, Dostoevsky is a profound purveyor of fiction on the philosophical front, unbelievably deep and profound.
Yes,
There's something true about what he's writing about.
It's nothing to do with the truth that science is concerned with. The truth of science is the truth that gets us to the moon. I mean, this is nothing to do with whether one writer of fiction has a sort of insight into human nature. That goes without saying. I accept that.
Okay, so how do we deal with the notion that on the purely factual side, how do we deal with the idea, let's take you talked about clitoridectomy, let's talk about the oppression of women.
Yes.
We make a scientific case that that's inappropriate? Or is it a case that we're making on some other grounds? Like, I see in the Judeo-Christian tradition, one of the earliest pronouncements is that both men and women carry the image of God, both. And that sets a certain tone to everything that follows. And it is a remarkable proclamation, given its radical age, that both men and women carry the image of God and are to be treated as something with intrinsic value outside of the domain of power and politics. And it isn't obvious to me, having thought about this a lot, how we deal with that in the pure realm of fact. Because one of the facts is, if I can oppress you, why the hell shouldn't I?
Yeah, my job is to keep things on track here. I think there are a number of questions which Professor Dawkins has asked quite directly that we still haven't really heard an answer for.
Okay.
When Professor Dawkins asking about the virgin birth, you started talking about metaphor, you started talking about myth. I think anybody listening to this conversation will understand that maybe a society that doesn't believe in the virgin birth won't work. Maybe that's the predictive power that you're talking about. But I think you must understand that when Professor Dawkins is asking you, do you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin? He means something like a biological fact. And by the way, saying I don't know, or saying, I'm not qualified to comment, is an answer to that question, but is that your answer, that you don't know?
I said earlier, and I would hold to this, is that there are elements of the text that I don't know that I'm incapable of fully accounting for. I can't account for what the fundamental reality and significance of the notion of the resurrection is. My knowledge just ends.
Sure, but
I know that whatever happened as a consequence of the origination and the promotion of the Christian story was powerful enough to bring Rome to its knees and demolish the pagan enterprise. So there's some power in that story that's remarkable.
Let's stick to the virgin birth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And well, the virgin birth results from a mistranslation of Isaiah. You know that.
Like these sorts of questions, what would you say? They don't strike me as, they're not getting to the point.
I know
the
that.
story
I know
has
you
a
think
purpose.
that. Yes.
Well, and look, I understand that there's perfect reasons to debate this. I know that, and I know that your question is more than valid, but it's beside the issue as far as I'm concerned, and it's partly because, well, when we started this conversation, I said, for example, that it appears to be the case that a description of the structure through which we see the world is a story. We see the world through a story. And so that's a remarkable thing. That's a remarkable discovery, and it's emerged probably in the last 60 years in multiple disciplines, because we have to prioritize our facts. And so we prioritize them according to a particular pattern. And there are patterns that seem to work and to propagate themselves properly and to orient cultures towards life abundant. And there are other patterns, the pattern of Cain, for example, that lead to absolute bloody devastation. And I don't know exactly how to construe that sort of truth. But we talked about the oppression of women, for example. It's like, how do you make a case on purely factual grounds that women should be treated as equals?
It's a moral question, and
I know that's exactly.
And I was dealing with a factual question, which is, did Jesus have a father? And you won't answer it.
Well,
It's
Jesus
a different
had an
kind of
earthly
question.
father and a heavenly father, like almost all mythological heroes.
So he wasn't born of a virgin then? So you're saying that Jesus was not born of a virgin?
I said, first of all, that I don't know how to mediate the fact-value dichotomy in that case. I said the same thing about the resurrection.
It's not a value. It's a simple fact. I mean, did a man have intercourse with Mary and produce Jesus? That's a factual question. It's not a value question.
You must understand what you're being asked here, that even if you think that, say, the author of the biblical texts intended much more significance than a simple scientific analysis of events, Professor Dawkins is interested in scientific truth. That's the kind of truth that he's interested in. And even if you think it's irrelevant to the point of what the gospel authors were getting at, that first needs to be clarified before you can then begin actually uncovering what the stories are about. So I think Professor Dawkins is asking from a scientific perspective, and maybe you think that that scientific approach is wrong, but if you just take it for a moment, maybe this is how we find out that it is wrong. Let's take a scientific approach, ask the question, did this occur?
I think that it's inappropriate to use a question like that to attempt to undermine the validity of the entire, what would you say, deep mythological enterprise.
Well, suppose we weren't doing that. Suppose we were asking out of interest. Suppose that we were all here devout Christians, maybe even Jungian Christians, and we thought, this is interesting, over dinner. Do you think it really happened, like scientifically? Would your answer just be, I don't know?
Yes.
And you wouldn't consider it, I mean, it's not an inappropriate question to ask, just on a point of interest.
Right.
Did this really occur? And I think so often people are asking you that, and especially given the context of this conversation, we've heard everything that you're saying about metaphor and myth, but because the question is still then being asked, did it really happen? You know that that's what you're being asked. And the way you just so easily said yes, I wonder why you struggle to do that in so many other circumstances.
I think because I don't look at the situation the same. The way that Dr. Dawkins and I look at the situation are really quite different, and at many, many, many levels. You know, so even on the meme question, for example, you know, like I know the literature on the history of religious ideas. I see how these ideas have battled across millennia in a manner that is very reminiscent to me of the same sort of claim that Dr. Dawkins is putting forward with regards to meme. I know that literature. Dr. Dawkins doesn't know that literature. And it's very difficult for me to communicate from within the confines of that literature because it's extensive and deep. And we're dealing with things that we don't understand the relationship between metaphoric truth and value-predicated truth and factual truth. We don't understand that. It's a big problem. There's no evidence whatsoever from the scientific perspective that we can orient ourselves in the world merely in consequence of the facts.
Sure.
And that's a fact. And it's a fact that's been detailed out in great detail in the last 60 years by people from a variety of different disciplines. We have to prioritize the facts. That's a value hierarchy. There may be true and false ways of prioritizing facts, but you can't determine the truth or falsehood of the way that you prioritize facts by making reference to the facts. That's a big problem.
Okay, let's talk about that as perhaps a slight detour here, because I think we do need to come back to this Christ resurrection thing. But Professor Dawkins, would you say that underlying the scientific enterprise is a fundamentally unscientific assumption? You can make scientific investigations in the world, but in order to do so, you need to choose what to prioritize. You need to choose what to investigate. You also need to value the truth. You need to have a value and a motivation for doing it in the first place. Those kinds of things cannot themselves be scientifically justified. And so does the scientific enterprise have an unscientific assumption of the space?
I suppose it does. I mean, I think that maybe just be Jordan and Richard, by the way. I think that Jordan prioritizes myth and I prioritize fact. And I think myth is kind of vaguely interesting, but it's not the be-all and end-all of my life. I think it's somewhat secondary to scientific fact, the sort of facts that tell us how old the universe is, how old the world is, the history of life, the engineering achievements of landing a spacecraft on a comet. These are the things that science can do. And as I said, the predictions of quantum theory, to come back to that, the predictions of quantum theory, which are verified to a sufficient number of decimal places that it's equivalent to predicting the width of North America to one hair's breadth. Now, that is, however difficult quantum theory is to understand, that is what you can get from quantum theory. Now, the mysteries of the Bible, if they are mysteries, aren't in the same league. I mean, they just don't cut it.
Why human beings would evolve a tendency to see faces in things.
There is a neurological condition, prosopagnosia,
where people cannot recognize faces. It's a remarkable thing because they can see a nose, an eye, two eyes and a mouth, and they know they're there. A chap can't recognize his own wife.
And if you could snap your fingers and tomorrow everybody in the United States became an atheist, would you do it?
Yes, I would. This was a question which was put to Christopher Hitchens, and he said no, because he loves arguing, I think.
Yes.
But I would say yes.
Cheers. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wilshire Ebell Theatre. My name is Alex O'Connor. I think most of you don't care about that, though. You've paid your money instead to see perhaps the world's most well-known evolutionary biologist on what is probably his last ever US tour. So, I'm not really one for wasting time. Please help me in welcoming, especially if this man's work has done something for you, whether it be the selfish gene, the God delusion, through to now, the genetic book of the dead, for what is the last time in this, the City of Angels, the world's most famous materialist, Professor Richard Dawkins. Professor Dawkins, your latest book, The Genetic Book of the Dead, tells us that animals, or at least their ancestral history, can be read like a book. What do you mean by that?
It's a very ambitious ambition. And it's something for the future. I believe, and I've said, that the animal is a book. It's a record, almost like a book, a record of the ancestral past, the ancestral natural selection pressures, which have led to the animal being the way it is. I'd like to quote from Darwin, because that is part of my inspiration. He said, "It may be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing throughout the world every variation, even the slightest, rejecting that which is bad, preserving and adding up all that is good, silently and insensibly working whenever and wherever opportunity offers. We see nothing of these slow changes in progress until the hand of time has marked the long lapse of ages, and then so imperfect is our view into long past geological ages that we only see that the forms of life are now different from what they formerly were." Natural selection is familiar. This is the way animals are. This is why animals and plants are the way that they are. I believe that modern animals, any animal you look at, carries signals from the past which tell us of the natural selection pressures which led to its being the way it is. Now, since these signals come from very different distances into the past, from very old to slightly less old and so on, the genetic book of the dead must be a palimpsest. A palimpsest is an ancient manuscript which is then overwritten, rubbed out or partially erased, and then written over, and then erased again, written over, because the genetic book of the dead is a record from a very large number of different periods from the past.
And some of the most obvious examples of this writing of evolutionary history onto an animal is probably camouflage. It's probably the most obvious way of explaining what you're talking about.
That's absolutely right. A camouflaged animal almost literally has a description of its environment on its back, or rather of its ancestral environment on its back, which probably is the present environment as well. The first illustration in the book is a desert lizard from the Mojave Desert, not far from here. And the lizard has more or less literally painted on its back a picture of small pebbles, small stones, and sand, which of course is why it merges into the desert, which is why you can't easily see it. Now, my thesis is that this is only the tip of the iceberg, that camouflage is the obvious, superficial way in which the animal is a description of ancestral worlds, in this case, the desert. But this must be true right the way through the animal, right the way through every bit of the animal, every detail of the interior of the animal, which is not obvious in the way that the outer skin is.
Those non-obvious examples are of interest to me because something really clicks when you consider that looking at one of these animals with camouflage, you can basically know what its location would have looked like were it living thousands of years ago. But as you say, that's quite an obvious example. How do we read this book, to use your analogy, when it comes to less visual things like genes, things like other kind of more minute qualities of an animal?
Yes, this is really an exercise for the future. I'm projecting into the future when a zoologist of the future will be able to do that. And whereas today we're pretty much limited to the external appearance of the animal, that's the tip of the iceberg. I'm trying to provoke biologists to think about the interior of the animal in the same sort of way. And there are chapters on convergent evolution, on divergent evolution. There are various chapters which I'm kind of feeling my way towards getting into the genetic book of the dead, but this really is a matter of an appeal to future scientists.
Is there anything currently in human beings that we can observe that gives us an indication of the ancestral environment that they evolved in? What are some examples of things that we can observe in humans today?
Well, I suppose the fact that we have back pain, which is an indication that we used to...
Some of us, anyway.
Many of us have back pain. Actually, I actually don't. I'm rather fortunate in this respect, but I know many people who do. And this is almost certainly because we were never made to walk, we were never meant to walk on our hind legs. We've only been walking on our hind legs for the last probably 4 million years or so. And so we are quadrupeds and our backbone is now protesting at being thrust into the upright position. So this is a signal from the past.
Yes.
A painful one.
I do sometimes have back pain, for what it's worth. It can feel like we've been walking for 4 million years sometimes. There are some interesting examples of what you might call evolutionary blunders of this kind. I think my favorite is the laryngeal nerve.
Yes. I suppose the backbone is one, but there are some much more spectacular examples than that. You mentioned the laryngeal nerve. This is a nerve, it's one of the cranial nerves. It's a branch of the 10th cranial nerve, the vagus, which starts in the brain, and the end organ is the larynx. But it doesn't go straight to the larynx, it goes down into the chest, loops its way around a big artery in the chest, and then goes straight back up again to the larynx. Now, I've assisted in the dissection of this nerve in a giraffe, and it's a very substantial detour. And would have been even bigger in a sauropod dinosaur, and with possibly adverse effects. Now, this is manifestly bad design. Any designer would have been sacked if they had wired up the nerve in this way. It's a historical accident. It comes from the fact that in our fish ancestors, many millions of years ago, the nerve went directly to, it wasn't the larynx, the fish don't have a larynx, it went directly to one of the gill arches. And in those days, the most direct route was south of that aorta. And then when the neck started to lengthen, when land vertebrates started to elongate the neck, then the nerve, the detour, each slight increase in the detour, the marginal cost of each slight increase in the detour was so small that it wasn't worth, so to speak, it wasn't worth jumping it over that artery. The embryological cost, the cost of changing the embryology so that the nerve took a completely different route was greater than the marginal cost of each tiny little increment in the detour. Putting it another way, any individual... Hello? I didn't hear. Did you hear that?
See me after class, whoever that was. I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It was probably a very profound observation, but I didn't get it. The marginal cost of each slight increase was very small, so that an individual that radically changed its embryology to jump the nerve over the artery would have suffered, would have probably died, compared to a rival individual which just increased the detour by a millimeter.
This is also why Richard Dawkins is banned from the local zoo. I'm interested in some of the more mysterious paintings on these animals. As far as I'm aware, we're not quite sure why zebras have black and white stripes in the way that they do.
That's right, and that's a very interesting question. I mean, on the face of it, they look very conspicuous, but actually, if you actually see them out on the plains of Africa, they don't look conspicuous. There are various theories for what that's all about, including bewildering insects that don't know what to do, where to bite. But I'm not sure that I believe that. I think they probably are rather well camouflaged from a distance.
But do you worry that this scientist of the future, SOF, as you abbreviate in the book, might run into blunders of this kind, thinking that, I mean, the idea is that we can look at an animal and not have to do any geology to work out the environment in which it evolved. If somebody looked at a zebra today, today, they might sort of think, well, maybe this animal grew up in some kind of strange, stripy world.
That's right. There's a serious danger of being sort of too clever by half and jumping to conclusions and not testing the ideas. Sometimes it's rather difficult to test them. And that is going to be a problem which SOF, the scientist of the future, will have to face, not to be too glib in jumping to a plausible conclusion.
Are there any other examples of these mysterious animal qualities that we don't really know why they are the way they are?
Probably, yes. I imagine the audience might suggest some.
None come to mind.
Yes. Do you have any ideas?
Oh, well, I don't know how any of this works.
Yes.
I have no idea.
I mean, it's not that difficult to say I'm completely baffled by why the animal has this particular quality, and it's tempting to say, oh, well, maybe God did it, or sort of thing, but I think a better response is, well, we don't know, and we need to work on it, and it probably might make a good PhD study.
Yeah, and things like that laryngeal nerve, sort of simultaneously good evidence of evolution and natural selection, and also evidence counting against proactive design.
Yes,
even really in the process.
When it's manifestly bad design like that, and another probable example is the vertebrate retina being back to front. The camera eye is obviously a very good design. The idea of having a dark chamber with a lens at the front and a real image being projected upside down onto a field of light-sensitive cells, a retina. Mollusks have a camera eye, and cephalopod mollusks, octopuses and squids, have a rather advanced camera eye, comparable to our own. And in their case, the light-sensitive cells, the nerves from those cells come off them backwards to the brain, as they should, as any good designer would have wired them up. Ours don't do that. Vertebrate retinas have the wires that lead from the light-sensitive cells coming from the front, getting in the way of the light. And the nerves go all over the retina, and then they dive through the retina in the so-called blind spot into the optic nerve. Once again, obvious bad design. The great German physiologist Helmholtz said that if he'd been presented with the vertebrate eye by an engineer, he would have sent it back.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people say that evolution by natural selection is consistent with something like intelligent design. It's just that this is the method that God chose to create these animals. But here you're undermining not just the end result, which is undeniably impressive, but the very method by which it came about.
Yes. Yes, well, God would not have produced such bad design as the laryngeal nerve. The other thing about that is that you can't help feeling that if this is the way God did it, why did he choose a way that made him unnecessary?
Maybe it's just that Christian humility, who knows? Yes, I do sometimes ask God, I don't often pray, but sometimes I do ask him about that back pain every now and again. I'm interested in this, you mentioned convergent evolution. I know that recently you looked into a phenomenon called carcinization, I think is how you pronounce it. It's been described as L.A. Borradaile, the biologist, as, quote, the many attempts of nature to evolve a crab. It seems that in at least a great deal of cases, crabs keep cropping up as if there's something in the world which is pointing to crabs as the pinnacle of at least some forms of evolution.
Yes, this is a nice one. This is not in the book, by the way. The crustaceans are built like a train with trucks going all the way from front to back segments, and each segment has pretty similar design, but it varies. In some primitive crustaceans, all the segments are the same except the front end and the back end. In something like a lobster or a crayfish, they're all different, but you can see that they're all basically the same kind of design. And they either have claws, or they have legs, or they have swimmerets in the abdomen. Crabs do a rather weird thing. They more or less dispense with the abdomen altogether, and they curl it up. And it's very small, and they curl it up underneath the main carapace. So they have truncated, they've shortened the basic design of a crustacean. And it looks as though this has happened many times, maybe half a dozen separate times. Crustaceans have converged upon the crab way of doing things. It's not that unusual. I mean, convergent evolution is fascinating, and there's a whole chapter on convergent evolution, and crabs is just one rather nice example.
Yeah, I think that the many attempts of nature to evolve a crab might have been putting it a bit dramatically. I've seen people quite scared that human beings are sort of inevitably going to evolve into crabs one day, but I think we can put that to bed.
That's putting it too strongly. You've got to start off as a crustacean if you want to become a crab.
Indeed.
I've just remembered that in H.G. Wells's Time Machine, the time traveler goes forward in time eventually, a long way forward, and the only creature he sees is giant crabs. So maybe
there's something in this. Are there any other interesting examples of convergent evolution? That is, animals independently seeming to converge on particular qualities?
Yes. Well, one nice one is pill bugs, wood lice, which are very familiar. If you see a wood lice, the chances are it's not a wood lice, it could very well be a millipede, because there are millipedes which have converged upon the wood louse way of life, and they look exactly the same as wood lice. You can only tell the difference I can only tell the difference if I turn them over, and then they have too many legs. But otherwise, they look exactly like wood lice, and they curl up into a ball just like pill bugs do. But I think the most spectacular examples, perhaps, are the Australian marsupial mammals. When the great southern continent of Gondwana broke up, and
Africa and South America and Antarctica and Australia all went their separate ways. Australia was dealt a hand of marsupials. The only mammals there were marsupials. And so marsupials then diverged to produce a whole range of different types, carnivores and herbivores, large ones, small ones, digging ones, climbing ones, etc. And these parallel the same kinds of creatures that we have in the old world. So in Australia, there are marsupial dogs, or there were until they went extinct, thylacines, marsupial rabbits, marsupial moles, marsupial mice, etc. So any kind of trade, any kind of way of life you can think of in a mammal, you go to Australia and you find the same thing, but independently evolved, independently converging upon what we're familiar with. So a marsupial mole looks like a mole. It has the same way of life as a mole. It has digging, it crawls through the sand in the same sort of way as a mole does. The mole way of life, by the way, has converged at least 4 times, not just in Australia and Europe and Eurasia. In Africa, there are so-called golden moles, which again are entirely independently converged upon the mole way of life.
Something you address in the book is a question that might actually also be helpful for the evolution skeptics that we've just learned are prominent in America, which is this question of, we can apply it specifically to something like camouflage. There are animals, for example, the owl butterfly, which seems to have these great big eyes that it can reveal on its back to scare off predators. It's extraordinary. Again, there are pictures in the book, I think, and you can look it up online. It's incredible to see these realistic eyes on the back of an animal, on the back of a butterfly. And a lot of people want to ask, how does this evolve? In the sense that to see an eye, it's quite a complex image. It has to have sort of a center and an outer, and it seems like if you just had like a small black circle, it wouldn't really do the trick of scaring away a predator who thinks it's an eye. And so it kind of seems like in order to work, it needs to be all there at once. So a skeptic might say, how does this property evolve in the first place?
That is a problem. The eyes are, we call them eyes. I think they do look like eyes, and they really do, don't they? They're not just circles. They have a sort of 3D quality that looks like eyes. It's not just moths and butterflies. There are other creatures that have the same thing. If you've read the books about Babar the elephant, you may remember that the elephants under Babar had a war against the rhinoceroses. And Babar won the war by getting a whole lot of elephants to stand with their backsides facing the rhinoceroses. He painted great big eyes on their backsides. So it's called the Babar effect. It's been worked on by a man called David Blest, and it really does seem to scare predators. They probably don't actually think it is eyes, but something about the eye pattern is startling. You asked the question, how did it begin? I think that's the burden of your problem.
Yeah, would a half eye, would a black circle do the same trick?
I find that easier to answer with respect to camouflage, something like a stick insect or a stick caterpillar, where once again, nowadays, when you see a stick caterpillar, it looks just like a stick in every detail. It's got leaf scars and buds and things on it. And you have to wonder, to answer, and Alex's question would be, at the beginning, before it became looking like a detailed stick, how did it manage to escape the attention of predators when it was only very slightly like a stick? And I think the answer probably is that, and this doesn't apply so well to the eye spots actually, the answer probably is that seeing conditions are not always very good. And so if a predator were to catch sight of, or you'll just sort of see this incipient stick out of the corner of its eye, or in a poor light, or from a distance, that would be enough to overlook it because it would look sufficiently like a stick to be overlooked. And then the final perfecting stages of the evolution, when you get the detailed resemblance to a stick, that would have been put together by full frontal vision in a good light close up. I can't quite do that for the eye spots. It doesn't quite work for the eye spots because we're talking about overlooking something rather than, in the case of the eye spots, we're talking about being scared by a sudden appearance. By the way, I think that I've put two very scary pictures in the book. I can't decide which is the more scary, involving eyes. One is an octopus. Octopuses can change their color instantaneously. They're unique in this. Octopus and squids and cuttlefish can change their appearance instantaneously. And so they can put on any pattern they like. And putting on eye spots is something they suddenly do. That's very scary. And then on the same page, we have a vulture, which has a false head with false eyes. So it looks as though there is something about eyes, and I can't really easily put together the answer to your question about the original incipient
I think people often forget that we're talking about an extraordinarily long amount of time and marginal gains, essentially. And, I mean, it could be specifically the eye shape, which startles a predator, but as far as I'm aware, they can sort of suddenly reveal these eyes in a lot of cases.
Exactly what they do, yes.
Yes, and so I would imagine that any kind of sudden shift, sudden revealing of color might be enough to startle a predator. And I think it's easier to see how, rather than trying to imagine like an eye evolving from scratch, first maybe just a pattern of colors.
Any bright pattern.
Any change.
Yes.
It will flash at them, which will scare them, and then it can slowly start sort of
That's right.
turning into an eye that way.
So many butterflies have rather drab pattern on the underside. And then, so that when they're just sitting with their wings closed, they look drab and brown. And then they open their wings, and immediately you see a flash of bright color. And I suppose just a startle effect would do it.
Yeah, and so you wouldn't necessarily have to get from nothing to an eye. You could get from a sort of pattern of any sorts.
A bright pattern, yes.
Seems easier to imagine that maybe morphing into an eye. But I'm interested, since we're all about evidence here, when it comes to mysteries like this, well, how exactly does the eye shape evolve on the back of a butterfly? How do we go about trying to find an answer to this? I mean, it seems like maybe somebody could come up with an interesting idea that sounds like it makes sense, and we say, oh, that probably works. But is there any sort of test that we can, in principle, run on these kinds of questions?
I suppose you can look comparatively at some species which have rather less convincing eyes than others, and some of them will just have as you say, a color pattern with what you could perhaps discern as an eye. It is a fact, I think, that the vertebrate brain, certainly the human brain, likes to see eyes whenever it possibly can. And do you know the illusion of the hollow face illusion? It's the most striking illusion I know. Do you know this one? You have a hollow mask, just an ordinary mask. It could be of some celebrated or infamous politician.
Or both.
If you look at it solid side on, it obviously it looks like a solid face. If you turn it to the hollow side, it looks extraordinarily like a solid face, although it's actually hollow. And if you put it on a rotating turntable, so that it's going slowly round and round and round, as the solid side comes round, it just looks solid. And then when the hollow side comes into view, it suddenly clicks into place as an apparently solid face going backwards. And this is well understood. The human brain looks for faces whenever it can. It looks for eyes whenever it can. And it will make eyes. There's a crater formation on the moon. I think it's on the moon. It might be on Mars. No, I think it's on the moon.
The face of Mars.
Mars, that's right. Okay, which looks like a face, And we tend to see faces even when they're not there. And so maybe it's exploiting that.
Like other animals might have a similar thing
Exactly,
when it comes to
yes.
predators.
Yeah. We would expect other vertebrates to have the same illusion.
Yeah, I mean, it seems intuitively easy to imagine why human beings would evolve a tendency to see faces in things. But specifically, do we have a good idea of exactly why this quality of human beings evolved?
Well, I could make a guess. It's something to do with individual recognition. It is remarkable how no two of us look the same, or almost no two of us look the same, and identical twins do. But it is remarkable how much variation you can pack into a face.
Yeah.
There is a neurological condition, prosopagnosia, where people cannot recognize faces. It's a remarkable thing because they can see a nose, an eye, two eyes, and a mouth, and they know they're there. A chap can't recognize his own wife.
I wonder if people with that condition also are less prone to sort of. I suppose they can't see faces in things in the way that other human beings do. Like if you see two drains and a line underneath it,
Yes,
immediately see a face. And
so.
I suppose that quality isn't there at all for that kind of person. It's interesting. Human beings now evolve in a very strange circumstance. I mean, one day we might be able to read this genetic book of the dead for human beings and get an idea of how we evolved. But it seems like now we live in a scenario of unnatural selection. We're not all just sort of facing the elements and allowing the weak to die and the strong to thrive. In many ways, society has flipped this on its head, and now we make proactive efforts to protect those who are more vulnerable to the elements. How do you suspect that this will change not only the evolutionary trajectory of human beings, but also the ability of future evolutionary historians to look at human beings and take a guess at their ancestry?
It's quite clear that we are feather-bedded in a big way from natural selection pressures. Natural selection is still going on, but in a very odd way. And the world in which we live is so much a cultural world. Is so much. Not only is it cultural, but it's changing at an extraordinary speed compared to biological evolution. And so if we try to look into the future and say what humans might look like in the distant future, it's really impossible to do that because the cultural changes are going to be so rapid compared to the rate at which biological evolution goes.
Of course.
That it would be very hard to predict.
It's interesting how human beings can flip natural selection on its head, at least in the short term. I mean, talking about people who go hunting, for example, whereas usually it would be the weaker animals that would die of starvation or a broken leg or something. Now human beings go out and they look for the biggest, strongest animals to kill. And so
never thought of that. Trophy hunters.
Yes. And so there are many instances like that. Like you could imagine, for example, these incredible owl butterflies. Human beings evolve and they find them quite beautiful, and maybe they start hunting them and putting them in cases, and so you end up with an evolutionary pressure, if it goes on for long enough, to get rid of the eyes, because now you've got a bunch of people who want them.
This has been happening with elephants in Africa quite rapidly, because trophy hunters go for, and ivory hunters, of course, go for the big tuskers. So it looks as though tusks are shrinking for that reason. It's an interesting point.
And same thing can happen in fish populations with smaller fish slipping through the nets, and so there are less big fish, and you have this very strange way in which we're dealing with, I suppose you could call it unnatural selection, or even sometimes reverse natural selection. But presumably, I mean, you said it's happening rapidly in elephants. What does rapidly mean in an evolutionary context?
Well, over about a century, I think. The records from, I believe it's Uganda, looking at records of tuskers, and they're getting smaller.
Which is amazing to me, thinking about the length of time that's necessary for evolution on the grand scale. I'm surprised to hear it, in other words, that it's so quickly.
Especially since elephants are very slow reproducing.
Yes, Are there any other examples of sort of fast natural selection that we can see in action? Not necessarily this reverse unnatural selection I'm talking about, but just before our very eyes.
Yes. Well, before our very eyes is a bit of a tall order. There are the mosquitoes in the London Underground is one example.
Yeah.
But a more biologically interesting one, I suppose, is the cichlid fish of Lake Victoria. All three of the great African lakes, Victoria, Tanganyika, and Malawi, have very large populations of cichlid fish, which appear to have evolved from one or two founder populations. In the case of Lake Victoria, we know that the lake is only about 100,000 years old, which is tiny by geological standards. And yet Lake Victoria has about 450 species of cichlid fish, which appear to have evolved during that period of 100,000 years. So that's about as fast as I know of sort of major evolutionary change.
Yes, and those mosquitoes on the London Underground, of course, spending enough time there, have just evolved to stop talking to each other and get very impatient on escalators. Haven't we also seen this? There's something about butterflies or moths in the Industrial Revolution getting darker.
This is a well-known case. Since the Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th centuries and 20th century, various animals have evolved darker coloration. This has been well worked out by Bernard Kettlewell in Peppered Moths, Biston betularia. And in rural areas to this day, the majority of these moths are pale-colored, and they sit on bark and are well camouflaged on pale bark. In industrial areas, like in the region around Birmingham and Manchester, where the trees are blackened from the smoke from industry, the moths are predominantly black or very, very dark, and they're well camouflaged there. And Kettlewell showed with experiments and observations that is undoubtedly true that in the industrial areas, the pale-colored moths are selectively picked off by bird predators, and in the rural areas, the dark-colored moths are selectively picked off. So in a matter of a couple of 100 years, in industrial areas, we've seen an evolutionary change from light color to dark color.
Can you help us understand how this happens with the gene as the unit of selection for natural selection?
Well, in the case of industrial melanism, the genetics is well known, and it's a kind of textbook example of what happens. It is just a single gene change, and of course, to get interesting evolution, you've got to have longer than that.
Darwin was quite confused in his lifetime about how the genetics would work, given that he thought that there was a process of gene blending going on.
That's right. In Darwin's time, and up until the experiments of Gregor Mendel, the Austrian monk in the 19th century, everybody thought that inheritance was blending. They thought that each child was a kind of mixture, a blend, like mixing two liquids together of the parents. And Darwin was no exception. Well, almost. I can come on to that. And this gave Darwin a lot of grief because a hostile reviewer called Fleming Jenkin, hostile reviewer of The Origin of Species, said that natural selection would be impossible because the variation would disappear, and any new mutation, which we didn't call it mutation in those days, any new variant which was advantageous would soon be swamped by this blending process. The example that Fleming Jenkin used was a horrible racist example, but you don't have to do it that way. Darwin was worried by this. And little did he know the solution to the problem was buried in a German journal the work of Gregor Mendel. Darwin's German wasn't that great, and he never came across this paper. Mendel's work was unknown until after Darwin's death, and it was rediscovered in 1900 or so. And what Mendel showed is that genetics is digital. Genes are all or none. You either get a particular gene from your parent or you do not. You either pass it on to your child or you do not. They don't blend. They go intact from grandparent to parent to child to grandchild and so on. You either get a particular gene or you don't. They never mix. They never blend. Tantalizingly, Darwin was almost onto this. There's a letter from Darwin to Wallace, who was his co-discoverer of natural selection, in which Darwin describes experiments he did on peas, which is interesting because Mendel also worked on peas. And Darwin said in his letter to Wallace that he had crossed two varieties. I forget what they were, say white and purple. I can't remember what the colors were. And he got either white or purple, either one color or the other, but not a blend. So Darwin was onto that in the particular case of these peas. And then he said something very revealing. He said, I do not consider this any more remarkable than the fact that when you cross, he didn't put it quite this way, when you cross a male and a female, you get male or female offspring. You don't get some intermediate. So in a way, what Mendel did, and what Darwin kind of almost did, was to spot that just as sex is not blending, when you cross a male and a female, you don't get a hermaphrodite. You get either a son or a daughter. If only he'd generalized that to genetics generally, when you cross anything with anything, you don't get a blend, you get one or the other. Then he would have been able to see through the Fleming-Jenkin problem. By the way, one of the reasons why it kind of looks blending sometimes is so-called polygenes, where you have lots of different small genes with small effects, which have a summation effect. They're all digital, they're all particulate in themselves, but because there are lots of them, it looks as though they are blending.
So, for example, something like skin color, which looks
skin
like it
color
really
is a very good example where if you cross black and white, you tend to get an intermediate, and that's because you've got a whole lot of separate polygenes which in themselves are particulate and having a summated effect.
You've got a helpful analogy for this: the difference between sort of taking some colored paint and mixing it together versus using sort of
that's
seeds.
right. If you take red and blue paint and mix them together, you get purple. And if you then mix purple with purple, you don't reconstruct red and blue. But in genetics, that's just what you do.
It's more like having a bunch of tiny little beads
yes.
of different colors. And
yes, that's what it is, and that's what Mendelian genetics is often expressed as. In the post-Watson and Crick era, we know that genetics is digital right down to its very detail. I mean, every gene is digital, but that was not known to Mendel, of course.
It's a little bit like how computer screens work in their color. There's no yellow in a lot of computer screens, I think. And
that's right. We've just got these three different colors. I think it's red, blue, and green, and little pixels. Red, blue, and green, and you make any color you like by differentially amplifying these three different colors.
Yeah, they're not blending them together. They're just sort of almost tricking the eye in a way. Who is this book aimed at? I mean, it's got a lot of dense evolutionary biology, but at the same time, it's fascinating for someone like me who has not.
It's aimed at the same audience as the selfish gene. It's aimed at both lay people and professional biologists. John Maynard Smith, when he was reviewing the selfish gene and the extended phenotype, he made an observation which I was very pleased about. He said this book is rather unusual in that it's aimed at both professional biologists and at lay people. And the same is true of the genetic book of the dead.
And tell me about you describe it as sort of like the sting of the book, this idea of genes as a gigantic colony of symbiotic viruses.
I'm a little bit embarrassed about this. The selfish gene had a sting in the tail, which was the last chapter, which was about memes. And this one has a sting in the tail as well, which is the proposal that we should regard all our own genes as equivalent to a gigantic colony of cooperating viruses. And this is not quite as radical as it sounds. It does not mean that a whole lot of separate viruses came together and formed a sort of cooperative like that. What it does mean is the following. I think the important distinction between parasites and, well, the important way to classify parasites is those whose hope for the future, if I can be pardoned for using that phrase, hope for the future is to get into the next host via the gametes, via the eggs or sperms of the present host. That's longitudinal transmission of parasite to the next host. That's longitudinal. Or horizontal transmission, which is like being sneezed out or coughed out or spewed out into the water supply in the form of diarrhea and then imbibed. So these are horizontal parasites which aspire to get into the next generation via some means other than the gametes of the present host. So we have longitudinal versus horizontal transmission of parasites. Now, if you think about the ambitions of a longitudinal parasite, they will be identical to the ambitions of the genes of the present host, because they want the present host to be a successful reproducer. They want the present host to produce children containing them, containing these parasitic viruses or bacteria, let's say. So any influence that these longitudinal bacteria or viruses can have on the present host will be identical to the influence that the host's own genes have. They will want the present host to be a good survivor, to be sexually attractive in order to have offspring, to be a good parent, to be good at building nests. Everything that the own genes, the animal's own genes, aspire to will be the same as what the longitudinal parasites aspire to. And therefore, you can distinguish those own genes which are rebels. There are some that are actual rebels. There are some of our own genes which aspire to cheat the system. Segregation distorters, they're sometimes called. There are, as you know, normally in meiosis, when you make sperms, any gene has a 50% chance, any one of your diploid genotype has a 50% chance of getting into each sperm. That's a 50% lottery, it's fair. But there are segregation distorters. There are genes whose phenotypic effect is to bias the production of sperms so that they are more likely than 50% to get into a sperm. So they are cheating the system. They have a great selective advantage, but it's to the disadvantage of the organism. So these are examples of own genes which cheat the system, and then we have viruses and bacteria which are horizontally transmitted, which are sneezed out, and they don't care if the present host survives. They may, for all they care, it can die so long as they get passed on. So I'm making this distinction between longitudinal and horizontal transmission. The classic example of a longitudinal transmitted bacteria is mitochondria. These are, we now know that they are originally bacteria, but they are now vital to our survival. All our cells contain these tiny particles called mitochondria. They have their own genes, they have their own circular genome, like a bacterium. They are bacteria originally. And they pass through the egg, they pass down the female line via the egg, so that they, insofar as they have any effect, their genes have any effect on the host, it will be in the same direction as the host's own genes. So this leads me to this sort of slightly fanciful, sting-in-the-tail conclusion that we can regard our own genes as cooperating with each other to produce the body only because they have the same interest at heart, only because they have the same exit route from the present, let's call it host, the present individual, into the next generation. So they are a cooperative of would-be independent agents, and the only reason they're not independent, the only reason they work together in a collaborative way, which they do, is that they have the same route into the future. And therefore, we can think of them as equivalent to a gigantic colony of viruses.
You call this it's a helpful way of thinking about it. You call it the sting in the tail. Do you think this is controversial? Do you think it's upsetting?
Well, I think that virologists might think that it's not really what they would mean by a virus. I mean...
it's not nice to think that we're riddled with viruses either, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, actually, about 8% of our genome really is originally viral. But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying I'm generalizing it to the whole lot. So it's the sort of thing I do, and
yeah, it's hardly the most upsetting thing that you've written for in your career. I mean, so much for having a sting in the tail of your books. I think that at least one of them was really just itself one big sting. I know that, and by the way, in about 10 minutes, we will be taking audience questions, so get thinking. A lot of people will probably want to ask about that other aspect of your career, which is, of course, religion, atheism, the God delusion. And you're so often accused of creating a vacuum. You turn a bunch of people into atheists, you create this vacuum that other ideas come into. And I know you've been asked that a bunch of times, and I imagine that you quite recoil at the accusation that that's what you're doing, because I've seen you answer before and say that, well, you're against all kinds of nonsense. It doesn't matter where the nonsense comes from, you're against it. The question I wanted to ask you was, even if you are still condemning the nonsense that comes to fill this void that is potentially created as people give up one religion for another, even if you still condemn that thing which fills its place, if we determine that that thing is worse, less preferable than, say, something like Christianity, which might have been there before, do you still feel any level of responsibility? Or do you think you can be indicted for those ideas, even if you personally think that they are nonsense?
This is an interesting thing, and I, as you say, I have often met it. I think you have two schools of thought. If you have two different kinds of nonsense, is it better to arm yourself with a weaker kind of nonsense against a stronger kind? Or is it better to be against all nonsense? And I'm of the latter school of thought, but I do sympathize in a way with, I think, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, before her recent conversion, sincere conversion, I suspect, to Christianity, I think she did go through a phase of regarding Christianity as a kind of armament against something worse, which is Islam. I sometimes quote Hilaire Belloc's couplet, always keep a hold of nurse for fear of finding something worse. And I think that's what may have motivated her originally to be sympathetic towards Christianity. I don't go down that route. I think that I believe in evidence-based truth, and so I think that all religions and all superstitions, and including much of what is now sometimes called wokeness, are equally reprehensible, and I'm against them all.
I'm not sure if it's easy to quantify which you are more suspicious of or more worried about in society, but I mean, it's easy enough to be against these ideas, but to be clear, I mean, if you could snap your fingers and tomorrow everybody in the United States became an atheist, would you do it?
Yes, I would. This was a question which was put to Christopher Hitchens, and he said no, because he loves arguing, I think. That was,
Yes.
But I would say yes.
There's a clip, you can watch it online, of Christopher Hitchens talking about this, and he says, you know, if I were given the opportunity, he says he was asked, if I were given the opportunity, there's one person left, I could deconvert them, I wouldn't do it. And he says, you know, of course he loves the argument, but he says in that car ride, it's with Doug Wilson in the back of a car, he says, but there is that, but it's not just that, there's just something about it. And he said, I said this to Richard Dawkins, and the look of incredulity that he gave me remains with me, as is what he said. I mean, wouldn't you be a little bit sort of sentimental? Wouldn't you want to sort of preserve it for its own sake as a cultural artifact? Would you really sort of take that last, probably not particularly influential...
I do value, and I've said this often, I do value Christian literature. I value the literary heritage that we have from the Bible and the Book of Common Prayer. You can't take your illusions in reading English literature if you don't know the Bible. And so I wouldn't wish people to be uneducated in the existence of religion. I do take exception to teaching children, this is what you believe because you are a Catholic or a Muslim, whatever it is. But I do think that children should be educated about religion.
There you have it, folks. Richard Dawkins says, read your Bible. Just after Christopher Hitchens died, an author called Larry Taunton wrote a book called The Faith of Christopher Hitchens, in which, I haven't read it, he claims that near the end of Christopher Hitchens' life, he maybe started to flirt with religio-spirituality in a way that might surprise some of his followers. It was a controversial volume. A lot of people came out and condemned it. I wonder perhaps what your thoughts are on that, but also, are you concerned that people might try to do something like that with you?
I have read it. I think it's a disgraceful book. It takes advantage of he took advantage of a long car journey he had with Christopher Hitchens, and I think Christopher was probably being polite and talking seriously to him about his religion, and I don't. People do the same thing with Darwin. You probably read there was a woman called Lady Hope who called on Darwin when he was very old and dying. Well, we'll say very old, younger than I am, but anyway. And she described how Darwin opened the Bible and there was a beautiful sort of sunlight on his hand. He said, looking how wonderful it was. It's all lies. It was debunked by Darwin's son, Francis. There is a risk that religious apologists are so eager to get deathbed conversions that you have to watch it. I hereby, well, actually Christopher said, I think himself said, that if anybody claims that I've had a deathbed conversion, you can be absolutely sure that I wasn't in my right mind when it's happened.
Now,
I will not have a deathbed conversion, I think.
we're approaching the question and answer period, ladies and gentlemen. There is going to be a microphone which will be placed just about here, and we're going to have people queuing along the front and up the side of the theatre, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. Just before we do that, there's a question I wanted to ask you absent of the Q&A here, but maybe it will be instructive. What is, across your illustrious career, your least favourite question that you're most commonly asked?
I think it could be the free will question. I'm nearly always asked, do you think we have free will? And I usually resort to Christopher Hitchens's answer, do I have free will? I have no choice.
Yes, as a free will skeptic myself, I sometimes wish that Christopher Hitchens had at least a deathbed conversion on that particular point. I think it's time to go for Q&A. We're going to do about 30 minutes, and we're going to have you queuing up here.
So my uncle was wondering, I recently read an article about research which shows that Florida carpenter ants perform amputations on injured ants, and also that they do it only in case of thigh injuries and not lower leg injuries, as lower leg injuries have a very short window for successful amputation and the survival rate is not great. How can evolution explain the emergence of such complex behaviors and learning in ants?
I don't think there's a particular problem with that, is there? I don't understand that ants cut off their legs, did you say?
Yes, they perform amputations for other members.
For other members. I don't know about this. This is a good example of what we were talking about earlier, where you don't necessarily understand it because you don't know enough about it, and it's a good PhD project. The use of the word amputation already is loaded. It suggests that it was done for surgical reasons, to benefit the ant whose legs were cut off. For all I know, they were eating them. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know enough about it. I think ants do remarkable things as social insects for the good of the colony, more strictly for the good of the genes of the queen. And I would need to know a lot more to know why they're doing it, what benefit it has to the colony. So I can't answer your question. Which is a good thing in a scientist, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, please, don't bother to applaud. It's
that Christian humility again, I suppose.
My question is for both of you gentlemen. I've heard that the internet, well, the question involves epistemology. I heard that the internet has been compared to the Gutenberg printing press from several hundred years ago. Given that the internet has a propensity to allow people to spread nonsense and pseudoscientific thinking in as much as knowledge, do you believe that this analogy is accurate, and how it affects our truth-seeking processes in the future with the advance of our technology?
Well, the analogy with the printing press is a good one, and when you say the fact that the internet can spread nonsense as well as sense, the same is true of the printing press, of course. The printing press has always spread nonsense as well as sense. So yes, I think it's a very good analogy, and as for what we can do about it, that's rather more difficult. I think one of the things that my foundation and the Centre for Inquiry tries to do is to spread critical thinking, thinking based upon evidence, and to try to instruct people in skeptical critical thinking. But it's a hard uphill struggle.
Well, I think perhaps one difference is the advent of manipulative algorithms in the case of social media, but I still think that the printing press is a good analogy. It might not be just a continuation of the same process, but it's a good analogy to try to get to the root of how revolutionary an idea that we're talking about. It is of a different kind because of the algorithmic process, but even then, the books that you would be able to read would be determined by things like the university you were in, what books it had in its library. Books were expensive, people didn't have a lot of them, and so there were still pressures in terms of what you were going to read that would be influenced by the friends you had that you could borrow books from, the university that you were studying in. There would still be some kind of process by which that would affect what you see and what you're able to read. Obviously completely unimaginably smaller than manipulative algorithms, but perhaps a difference of degree rather than kind, and still for that reason a useful analogy, if not an exact forerunner of what we're seeing.
I suppose you could emphasize the fact that the printing press has been subject to sort of editorial control, which the internet is not, to put it mildly.
By and large, yeah. But I think they are quite different, and they might be different in kind for that reason. So it's only a useful analogy up to a point, as all analogies probably are.
Hey, Richard. So you spent most of your career debunking the God delusion, but don't you think there's another very common delusion, which is the ethnicity delusion? Because in my opinion, the way ethnicities exist today, I feel like we can make better ethnicities because ethnicities today exist just because people lived together for a long time and, created common culture, right? But what if we could create ethnicities based on some common values and common goals in the future? And I feel like people obviously want to form tribes together. There's something in our brains that makes us want to do it. But I feel like some ways of forming tribes are better than others. And is it possible to also ask one question to Alex?
I think we'd rather have just one at a time, and especially nobody's paid to see me here. So
no worries.
See me afterwards, perhaps.
No worries.
Well, the tendency to tribalism is a very interesting quality of humans, and I think one of the things we're seeing now is that the tribalism doesn't only apply to ethnicity; it can apply to opinion, and we tend to be dividing into what look horribly like warring tribes in political opinion at the moment. So I completely agree with you about ethnicity, but I think you were also making the point about tribalism, and that's the maybe this is part of the effect of the internet, is to divide us into warring tribes, where the opinions that we hold are often not based upon evidence, but instead are based upon the tribe to which we think we belong, whether it's Republicans, Democrats, or whatever it is.
As I was saying, like some ways of forming tribes, I feel like are better than others. Like some have purpose,
yes.
some are just
accidents. I think
accidents.
maybe next question, maybe.
Thank you. It's a shame we don't have more time, I'm afraid, but we want to get to as many as we can.
Thank you, Professor. Hi. I'm an elementary school teacher, and I teach science as a part of my core curriculum. I've often found that phenomenon, like the moth example you gave me earlier, is a great way of teaching students how to engage and look at the world. What advice would you have for me or other educators in continuing to keep that innate sense of wonder and interest in students?
Yes, Alex asked me what question I hate most, and I think I said, I forgot to say the what advice would you give question. As though I was some kind of guru. I don't know. I mean, you're a science teacher. I applaud you as a science teacher. It sounds as though you're going about the right way. Just be honest and don't stand for nonsense Do you have a problem with children of creationist parents?
Yeah, I work in a very religious community. I often get pushback on, oh, you're teaching my child anti this, that, or the other.
And is your career, would your career be endangered if you teach something that the parents object to?
No, there's strong job protections for me as a teacher, so that's nice, but...
Well, that's good, because I've heard from other teachers that they actually do have to watch what they say, because the children will go home, complain to their parents, and then complain to the head teacher, who then has the biology teacher up on the carpet and tells them not to offend the pupils. Well, I think pupils need to be offended in some circumstances. It does them good.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Good evening, Richard. I'm an atheist, just like you. So it did confuse me when you referred to Christianity as fundamentally decent. My question to you is this. Christianity has a deep track record of inspiring hate and countless other human rights violations and atrocities. So what do you attribute that to, if not the fundamentals? And whatever your answer is, why do you not allow that same leniency to Islam?
Well, I think certainly Christianity in the past has an appalling record, and not that long ago, but certainly in medieval times, Christianity had an appalling record. But it's just that nowadays Islam is somewhat worse, that's all. I mean, Christians don't throw gay people off high buildings, they don't impose a death penalty for apostasy, they don't kill women for the crime of being raped, which is what you get in places where Islam has sway over the government or the people.
But my question was about the fundamentals. You said it's fundamentally decent. And what do you think caused the things in the past that you find horrible about Christianity? If it wasn't the fundamentals, what was it? An absolute faith that what you believe is correct, not because it's based upon evidence, but because it's handed down by tradition, by revelation, by faith. I mean, faith is a great evil. Faith is belief in something which has no evidence in its favor. And if you have faith in something, then it's impossible to argue against it. And that's fundamentally what the problem has always been with the evils of religion. That's why it's possible for religions to persecute heretics, which they've done throughout the ages.
Would you say that Christianity is a fundamentally decent religion?
Only by comparison with Islam.
Yeah, hi, good evening. First of all, you could add me to your list of people you're meeting on this tour whose lives has been changed by your writing. In my case, it was The Blind Watchmaker, I think 1986. I haven't been the same since. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My question about education, I was pleased to hear about the Institute for Teachers, Evolutionary Science. What about religion, in the sense that I was brought up Catholic elementary school, high school, until I realized that everybody else had different religions and they all believed theirs was the true one, and then it just all sort of puffed away. Now my children and grandchildren know nothing about religion because they've been to just public schools. So we sort of have this bipolar kind of situation. Are there countries where this is done correctly, where children learn about the world's religions and how they develop, what they have in common, what they don't? And because without understanding religion, that's part of our species.
Yes, I think that's right. And I think that's what I said earlier, that we ought to be educating children in religion. It's part of, as you say, it's part of the history of our species. And you can't understand the history of warfare. So many wars have been based on religion, for example. And also, as I said before, to understand the literature, you need to be educated in religion. What is evil is teaching children what to believe, because that's the tradition in which their families have always believed. And
anywhere in the world in sort of a reasonable way that you know of?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm not an expert in such things.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the legacy of the late Daniel Dennett, maybe your favorite idea of his.
He was a wonderful man. I looked up to him as a kind of elder brother. He was actually a year younger than me, but I sort of, I thought of him as a sort of go-to person to sort out muddled thinking. He was witty, he was wise, wonderful friend. What are his best ideas? Well, he wrote so much. I mean, the philosophy of mind, evolution, his idea of intuition pumps. He's just a wonderful thinker, an example of, to me, a justification of the existence of philosophy. I mean, he was, if ever I needed to be persuaded that philosophers were a good thing, Daniel Dennett was the reason.
You hear a lot these days about life having meaning and life having purpose, and I don't think it needs to be the case, and I wondered just what your opinion was on life having to have meaning or purpose, people have a purpose.
Well, I think that life is a very good thing if you do have meaning and purpose in your life. I certainly do myself. What is wrong, I think, is to think that there has to be a purpose in everything. And there are people who say things like, well, I understand the how of the universe, but what's the why? What's the purpose of it? What's the meaning of it? And that, I think, has no answer. There's no reason why there should be a purpose in any particular. There's no purpose in the universe, there's no purpose in mountains, there's no purpose in earthquakes. They just happen for the reason that they happen, and the laws of physics dictate that they happen. But in terms of our own lives, we have purposes, and our brains are made by natural selection to set up purposes, and we all have purposes all the time, and our life has meaning because we give it meaning. And different people have different meanings in their life, but I think it's one of the glories of being human that we can have meaning in our lives, which rises above the more basic meaning that life has, which is simply to propagate your DNA.
Hi, I grew up in the Czech Republic. I moved here 2 years ago, and I've watched you since middle school, and I never thought I'd get the chance to see you live, so I just want to say thank you for doing this tour. My question is, in recent years, we've seen a rise in cosmetic procedures, many of which haven't been observed in terms of long-term effects. As an evolutionary biologist, what are your thoughts on how the prevalence of these procedures might influence human development and evolution?
I missed the key word. Procedures, what was the key word before?
Cosmetic procedures.
Cosmetic.
Cosmetic?
Cosmetic procedures.
Like what?
Like,
I'm just...
like BBLs, for example.
Like what?
Things like Botox.
Like Botox.
Like Botox.
Oh, Botox.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any views on it. What did you apply this to evolution in some way?
Yeah, I mean, people are going under the knife, changing the way that they look. I think it is relevant to evolution, or can be, which is why I'm asking you the question, because,
well,
I mean...
Yes, it's not strictly relevant, because, of course, it's a non-genetic procedure, and so it's I suppose it's just an extreme generalization of wearing clothes and having hairstyles and things like that, in the sense that it's actually surgical. But I don't think an evolutionist has any particular insights about it. And if you're asking me for an opinion about it, I think I'll shrink from that.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Dawkins. The thesis of your book is that we can look at a species today and infer the circumstances of its ancestors. And my question is whether this principle or approach can be applied to memes, particularly the meme of belief in God. Given that theistic religions have popped up and independently emerged all around the world and across diverse cultures, not unlike some examples of convergent evolution, what do you think are the fundamental elements of the human environment or human circumstances that consistently give rise to this meme of believing in a God?
Yes, I'm sure you're right that it is something that crops up all over the world in all different cultures. I don't think it's that surprising. It's probably partly arises from a natural curiosity that people have why they exist, why the world exists, what it's all about. I mean, it's a virtue to have this curiosity, and before science was able to answer such questions, people tended to gravitate towards animism, towards seeing motivation in everything. So instead of just accepting that earthquakes and tornadoes and floods and fires, forest fires and things were the products of the laws of physics, they tended to see agency in them. It was natural to do that, and so you tended to get fire gods and river gods and flood gods and earthquake gods. And then these, perhaps in some cases, tended to coalesce and become monotheistic. I think that from a psychological point of view, it's not difficult to see why all over the world you get convergence on not convergence in the sense of detail, because all religions tend to be different, but tendency to resort to agency kinds of explanations instead of natural explanations.
I'm a huge fan of both of you. Mr. Dawkins, I know you've spoken about time as a physical quality of space, and Alex, I know you've spoken to Dr. Craig about the kalam, and he uses the term sans time. How do you go about explaining to people this concept that there is no before time?
I think you just had this out with Piers Morgan, didn't you? This question of what came before the Big Bang.
Physicists, at least I think most physicists, will say that time began in the Big Bang, and therefore there is no meaning to be attached to the word before when it applies to the Big Bang. I am not a physicist, and there are probably some good physicists in this audience, and I wouldn't presume to attempt to explain why it is that physicists say this, but I think it's one of those things where we have to say our common sense is not necessarily going to give rise to, going to do it. And it's very clear if you read a book about relativity or quantum theory that common sense just is out of it. I mean, you can't use common sense. And so when physicists tell me that in their models time began at an instant, which they call the Big Bang, I have to submit gracefully and humbly and say it's not my subject.
It's the helpful analogy of the North Pole thing, right? So like if you ask wherever you are on Earth, you can keep going more and more north, but if you got to the North Pole and asked what's north of that, you've misunderstood either the concept of north or the concept of the North Pole, and perhaps asking what came before the Big Bang is similar. And so using Dr. Craig's term of sans time is probably more appropriate there. But it's worth pointing out as well that this is a problem for the theist as well. When Professor Dawkins argued with Piers Morgan about this, well, how can you're an atheist, you have to think that, you have to answer what came before the Big Bang. That doesn't make sense. The theist also believes that God is spaceless and timeless, and so creating the universe with time as one of its properties, they still have to run into this problem of explaining what came before the beginning of time. And so I don't think it's a problem that's unique to this side of the house, as it were.
Thank you for being here, Professor Dawkins and Mr. O'Connor. My cousin and I were here together. We're both evolutionary theists, but we've always appreciated your candor and really enjoyed listening to what you both have to say. My question is, we just came from Francis Ford Coppola's very strange new movie, Megalopolis, and one of the premises of that movie is that human friendliness and cooperation is foremost among the driving forces behind human flourishing as a species, and I wonder what your opinion is on that.
It may be true. I haven't seen the film concerned. I think it's probably true that human friendliness is a major factor. It's not obviously very Darwinian, and I think we might have to invoke a little bit of departure from strict Darwinism to explain the extremes of human friendliness, things like giving to charity, donating blood, that sort of thing, which I think a strict Darwinian, a naive Darwinian would have a hard time explaining things like that. And I think that it comes under the heading of the emergent properties of the human species, which have taken us above and beyond our Darwinian heritage. We're placed in the world by Darwinian natural selection, but our brains have gone further. And so we are perhaps more charitable, friendlier than strict Darwinism would have us be. And I'm delighted by that.
Thank you.
By the way, we're getting near the end here. I wanted to say before the Q&A finishes that if you have a VIP meet and greet ticket, then when the event ends, stay in your seats. Everybody else will leave. Stay in your seats and you will be told what to do shortly afterwards. If you haven't already picked up your copy of the Genetic Book of the Dead, go and do that at that point and then return to your seats. And for those who are not VIP meet and greet ticket holders, the Genetic Book of the Dead will also be for sale at the merch stand.
Good evening, Richard and Alex. So I have a question that I've seen so many religious people raise, and this is somewhat hard for me to answer, so I would like to get a response from you. And they point out how scientists, we also have like a set of assumptions or axioms that we cannot prove, and we just take them for granted in order for the science just based on pure faith. So they claim that we just have a different set of axioms, and they have a different one. So we have just different faiths, but we're faithful at the bottom. So how would you respond to that?
You're saying that even scientists have axioms which they just have to.
Yeah, I was. So the axioms that I'm referring is, for instance, the uniformity of nature, the intelligibility of the universe, or the laws of logic.
Could you talk more slowly?
Yeah, like how we can, like the laws of logic, we just take them for granted. We cannot prove them, or the uniformity of nature. That is that the laws of the universe apply in the past, in the future. And that is just an assumption that we take for granted, but we cannot prove that. So it's like a sort of faith, isn't it?
Let's take one of those, the laws of logic, for example.
The
laws of logic.
Yes.
Which seem foundational to even get going with science. They seem to be things that your brain just thinks are true and can't think are false. It seems like something that can't be proved. So do we not have a level of faith at the basis of the scientific enterprise?
Yes. I suppose 2 + 2 = 4. Is that a matter of faith? Is that what's the kind of thing we're talking about?
Or something like the idea that the laws of physics will continue working in the future, things that we can't necessarily prove, even things perhaps like the existence of the external world and the idea that there are other minds and you're not just sort of in a computer simulation, things which, strictly speaking, you can't prove that that's the case. So is there not some allowed faith in your worldview and some disallowed faith?
Yes, I mean, well, other minds. I mean, the belief that other people have a consciousness analogous to my own. I know I have a consciousness of myself, but how do I know that you do? And I suppose that comes from the feeling that we've come into the world by the same route. We we've evolved in the same way. We both were born and we had a childhood and so on in the same way. So solipsism, it can't be disproved, but solipsism, the belief that I'm the only person who exists and all the rest of you are figments of my imagination. Bertrand Russell once got a letter from a woman who said, "Dear Lord Russell, I'm so pleased to hear you're a solipsist. There are so few of us around these days." I suppose that there is a... Thank God I'm not a philosopher, that's all I can say.
I think we've probably got time for just this last one. I'm so sorry everyone else who's queuing up. I suppose this always has to happen at some point, but we're just out of time, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Dear Richard Dawkins, thank you for all the work that you've done. Some people living with schizophrenia, like myself, can experience gods speaking to them that seem more real than just simple hallucinations. Do you think psychotic experiences such as these have played a role in shaping religion or constructing religious narratives?
This is a question for Alex, I think. I mean...
Actually, the timer is... it's flashing.
Well, I mean, it has been said that certain religious visionaries, like St. Paul, like Muhammad, may have been schizophrenic or may have had some psychological condition like that. It wouldn't surprise me. Also, I suspect that certain hallucinogenic drug states might lead to religious experiences. And I once underwent an experiment of putting a helmet on my head, a man in Canada who claimed to give people religious experiences by passing magnetic fields through the skull. It didn't work for me. I was flown there by the BBC who wanted to see if I had a religious conversion, and it was a controlled experiment, not a very good controlled experiment. They had a vicar there, and he underwent the same experience, and he vigorously denied that it had any effect on him. I'm not quite sure why. I'd have thought he'd enjoyed it, but anyway, it had no effect on me. I was just a poor subject. I've never tried a hallucinogenic drug. Maybe one day I will.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. As I say, if you have a VIP meet and greet ticket, just stay in your seats or go and pick up your book if you haven't already. For the rest of you, please join me once again in thanking, again for the last time, Professor Richard Dawkins.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks so much. Oh, I think we're doing
Alex O'Connor, welcome to the Poetry of Reality. Can you summarize in 1 minute where you come from and what you are?
Well, it all started when my parents met at a bar. No, not really. It's lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm a YouTuber, although that can be something of a dirty term with a reputation for being some kind of Jake Paul type figure. I consider myself more of a podcaster these days. I grew out of the tradition of
of new atheism, inspired by works such as your own and those of the new atheists. These days, I see myself as more of a conversationalist, trying to talk to people across the aisle, as it were, about the topics of religion and philosophy and ethics.
Just wanted to ask you, in your interviewing style, do you adopt a kind of adversarial devil's advocate position?
Adversarial sometimes, but never to the point of being rude, at least as far as I can help.
I've noticed that.
When it comes to, well, you can ask Peter Hitchens, he has a different opinion. When it comes to being devil's advocate, I find that I'm more often than not actually playing God's advocate, in that I'm talking to atheist colleagues and friends.
I didn't really mean in that sense. I meant, do you put a point of view opposite to your the person you're interviewing for the sake of keeping the conversation going, or do you agree with them when you do agree with them?
I will let them know that I agree with them, but hopefully still ask a question that people want to have asked. It can be, there have been times when it's been confused, where it seems like I've been putting forward a position of my own, when what I've really been doing is still playing a role that it's not quite clear. And I actually consider it as a sign of a success of an interview when half of the comments are lambasting me for views that I don't hold. I think it means that I've done my job as an interviewer convincingly and done it well. Ayaan Hirsi Ali recently, despite you being perhaps the world's most famous atheist, described you as one of the most Christian people that she knows. Why did she say that?
I adore Ayaan. I'm a great fan of hers. I have talked to her about this. I think the respect in which we differ is that, for me, what really matters is the truth claims of Christianity. And for her, what really matters is the morality, the politics, actually. I think for her, Christianity is a bastion against something worse. As Hilaire Belloc said, always keep a hold of nurse for fear of finding something worse. And for her, I think she wants a faith which will help people to stand up against worse faiths. And she singles out Islam, she singles out China, I think, and Putin and wokeism.
Wokeism, yes.
And I'm with her on all those. And to the extent that I think that a religion might be valuable for political reasons, I would go along with her. But I think it's the wrong way to approach religion. I think that what really matters about a religion is whether it's true. And to adopt a religion for, it's almost as though one is saying, well, I don't believe this nonsense, but it's a very good idea if other people do. And there's something patronizing about that. She doesn't do that. She says, I believe in it. I am a Christian. And therefore, it's not patronizing. But I think the fundamental motivation is a political and a moral one.
I presume, as both an atheist and as a person with an understanding of not just biological, but also mimetic evolution, having coined the term meme, you'll have to think of religion as essentially something which serves some kind of social function. That must be why it exists. It's why it evolved. Given that that's the case, is it really so inappropriate to think about religion in terms of how it serves us socially, if that, from our shared worldview, must be what religion really is?
From an academic point of view, I think it's a very interesting question what religion is all about. What does it serve a social function? Does it even have an evolutionary benefit? And that interests me as an academic. To me, though, it's a huge step to go from even saying it's a good thing, even saying that I wish there were more Christianity in the world, even to say that is nothing to do with believing its truth claims. I mean, truth claims like there is a divine creator who made the universe and made the laws of physics. There's a divine creator who made the world, who listens to our prayers, who forgives our sins, who sent Jesus to be born of a virgin and then had him crucified. I mean, those are all truth claims.
Of course, none of that matters as long as it helps us fight Putin. As far as
that's the difference between me and Ayaan. I suspect that she doesn't really believe any of that.
And presumably, many Christians, and I've seen many Christians reacting to this story of Ayaan's conversion, issuing a similar skepticism as many atheists have been, saying, well, we care about Christianity as a set of truth claims. We care about it saying something real about the world. If somebody can become a Christian just by preferring it as a more comfortable worldview, what does that say about Christianity? I mean, I said a moment ago that, well, for us, religion just is a social tool, essentially. And I think that the ability to adopt Christianity just because of its social function is evidence in favor of our case, that that's all religion is.
Yeah, I think we agree about that. I think where we perhaps don't agree, no, I wouldn't say we disagree. I would say that our fundamental motivation is a bit different, because I think that for you, well, if I ask you what you think the worst thing about Christianity is, I suspect you say something moral, something about the problem of evil, something about the horrific ideas of Paul and the early Christian fathers, that we're all born in sin and we needed the death of Jesus to save us. That's the kind of thing that I suspect drives your atheism. Whereas for me, that's irrelevant. I mean, for me, I talk about it, but for me, what really drives it is the scientific question: is there a creator underneath the universe? Because if there is, then it's a profoundly different kind of universe from a scientific point of view. From if there isn't, to me, that's the big question. The problem of evil, to me, shouldn't be a real problem, because you just say, well, there could be an evil God, and that's a lesser question for me.
Yes, I think I actually do broadly agree with you, and that when I explain why I don't believe in God, I do make reference to things like the problem of evil, but it's difficult for me to frame those as moralistic objections. It's more that when considering a particular worldview like Christianity, I think, what would I expect the world to look like? And especially considering how suffering is built into the evolutionary system, it makes it very difficult for me to believe that this is being supervised. But like you say, this could just be an evil God. I'm really interested in your characterization of the existence of God and the beginning of the universe as a scientific question. And I wanted to probe this a little bit.
Yes,
because
please.
I had a thought that was inspired by something that C.S. Lewis had said on the relationship between science and religion. And I have this image in my head of people who are really optimistic about the progress of science and the scientific method. And they say something like, look, years ago, we used to say so much was down to God. We used to not know why the planets orbited the sun, and we said it was because angels was pushing them. We used to not know why there was so much complexity in biological life, and we said that God did it. But look how we're discovering these laws. We're discovering the law of natural selection. We're discovering the laws of gravity, And there seems to be this trajectory such that when we say, well, where did it all come from in the first place? One day we'll get there. Now, I don't know if you agree with that as an optimistic trajectory for the scientific method.
Clearly, there's a trajectory, and I would put it that the big problem of design, as William Paley put it, was life. He said something like, the physical world is not the best place in which to demonstrate the existence of the creator, because it's too simple. And I think he was right. And he was also right when he said that the really big problem for religion is life. And yes. His whole book is based upon looking at design in the living world. Darwin solved that. So Darwin solved the big one. And we have some remaining problems. The arc hasn't really reached its end. We still have some problems with the origin of the laws of physics, the origin of the universe. But I think that the fact that Darwin solved the big one should give us confidence. That was the really difficult one. The amazing apparent design in the living world. I mean, that is such a staggeringly overwhelming impression of design. There's no question about that. And that was the one that Darwin solved.
Well, Darwin solves the problem of complexity within living organisms, but I think it might be a step too far to say he solved the problem of life. Because, of course, one of the questions that we have to throw into that bundle of things yet to explain, the origin of physics,
yes.
The origin of life.
Well, that's not part of Darwinism, of course. That's a separate question, and Darwin acknowledged that. And that is an unsolved problem. It may never be solved, in the sense that we may never actually know what the answer is. I think the best we can probably hope for is a model which is so elegant that we may say, well, that's so elegant, it's got to be true. But that's a bit different from having direct
direct evidence. At present, we don't really have that. We have various possible ideas, some of them more plausible than others. And I think we know the kind of question we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer, how did the first self-replicating entity come into existence? And that's a big question. It only had to happen once. Unlike the rest of evolution, where it happened over and over and over again, the same thing happened over and over again all over the world, different continents, different species, different kinds of animal and plant, and so on. The origin of life could have been a very, very improbable event because it only had to happen once, and therefore we are potentially allowed to postulate something very unlikely, something very implausible. I find that quite an interesting point, actually. That I mean, if you take it to an extreme, so suppose we are the only planet in the universe which has life, we can't rule that out. I think it's highly unlikely, but we can't rule it out. If that's true, then that means that the origin of life on this planet was a stupendously improbable event. And therefore, when chemists try to postulate a possible scenario for the origin of life, they're not looking for a plausible argument. They're looking for a very implausible argument.
That's fascinating, yeah.
Now, I don't believe that, because I think that probably it was not that improbable an event, and therefore the likelihood is that there's lots of life all over the universe. But even to say a million different life forms all over the universe, since the number of possible places where there could be life is so large.
Yes.
A million is actually a very small number.
That's fascinating. I mean, there are many things in the universe that have a tiny, tiny chance of happening, but could. Like, I've heard physicists say that because atoms are just vibrating and they're all sort of vibrating against each other, and hence we get stillness. There's a very small, unimaginably small possibility, but a real one, that this glass could just sort of spontaneously move across the table if all of the atoms, happen to vibrate in that direction. Now, the universe, like you say, I mean, everybody talks about the universe being vast. I read, I think this morning, that if the sun were the size of a white blood cell, then the Milky Way would be the size of the continental United States.
Now, it's terrifying.
We might need to fact check that exact example, but it's and that's just the Milky Way. And when you consider that, are you saying that, in a materialistic universe, life can just sort of pop into existence? Well, I understand the suspicion that might be something unimaginably unlikely, but we're in an unimaginable universe. So that's a wonderful way of thinking.
I wouldn't want to resort to that.
Right.
I think we don't need to. By the way, the possibility of the glass moving across the table, it's there. But I once asked a physicist what the probability is, and he said if you started writing zeros at the origin of the universe, you'd still be writing zeros at this.
Right.
So. We probably don't have to go that far in our. We could have a sort of spectrum of improbabilities,
and I can already see a theist cutting this up and saying atheists admit that their worldview is unimaginably unlikely.
We don't want to go there. I mean, my gut feelings. Carl Sagan said, "Well, I try not to think with my gut, but if I'm forced, my gut feeling would be that there is lots of life around the universe, but still it could be so rare that." We don't have much chance of ever meeting any of these other life forms.
That's fascinating. But let's push the question even further back still, because I wanted to ask you mentioned about the origin of the laws of physics, for example.
Yes.
Now, the story that we tell is something like we discover all of these laws, and so this gives us an idea that science is moving in a direction, and that eventually we may well discover the origin of the laws themselves. But that seems to me like a separate question. And the way I want to explain this is by sort of borrowing and adapting, as I say, something C.S. Lewis said. Lewis talks about the relationship between Hamlet and Shakespeare a fair bit, or the character in a book and his author. I mean, I can ask, why did Sherlock Holmes move into Baker Street? And you can either say, well, it's because, he was looking for a roommate or something like that. Or you could say, because Arthur Conan Doyle wanted him to. And both of those seem to be true in a different resolution of thought. Now, what I'm imagining here is us discovering Hamlet by Shakespeare on the table in front of us. And immediately, crudely, you look at it and say, well, that must have been designed. That must have an author. And I don't just do the William Paley thing. It's complex. What I say is, Well, look, Professor Dawkins, I've done some research onto this little book, and I've discovered that it obeys certain laws. I've noticed that at the end of certain sentences, there are these little dots. And if there's a big dot, it usually means that it's the end of a sentence. And there are two different kinds of each letter. There's a big A and a little a. And if it's the beginning of a sentence, it's a new one. Also, we've discovered this thing called iambic pentameter. It seems that the way these sentences are constructed seem to follow this law of literacy. And I said to you, now, where did this book come from? And you say, I still think there was an author of this book. I still think someone created it. And I said, yeah, but look at all the progress that we've made just by describing it in terms of these things that we're calling laws of literature. I've discovered all of these laws of literature, iambic pentameter and sentence construction and grammar and all of this stuff. Surely one day these laws of literacy will go on to explain the origin of the laws of the literacy or the origin of the text itself. Surely that would be where this is going. But of course, I'm making a category error if I do that. And is there not a fear that we're doing that when we say that science will one day explain the origin of the very thing that science is about?
I take confidence from, as I said before, from Darwin's success, because everything that you said about full stops and capital letters at the beginning of the sentence and iambic pentameters and things, you could have said that about life, and people did say that about life. And we notice that living things are remarkably well designed, that birds are beautifully designed to fly, and fish are beautifully designed to swim and so on. And the complexity is all there. The detail of the design is incredibly impressive, and it would have seemed absolutely. I mean, I suspect this is why it took so long for Darwin to come on the scene, actually, because it just seemed so obvious that it had an author,
sure,
but behind it. Darwin solved that. There isn't an author. I mean, it's natural selection does the trick. So where is the analogy with Hamlet or Sherlock Holmes left?
I suppose the analogy would be that what Darwin did was close the question on the complexity of life, but he didn't close the question on where life came from, as we've already agreed.
That's right.
And I suppose what I'm putting forward is that maybe laws of physics, laws of biology, laws of science are not the kind of thing that can explain the origin of the laws of physics, the origin of the laws of biology, that kind of stuff. Where maybe it's sort of operating on a.
Well, it could be. I mean, we haven't got there yet. But all I said was that Darwin's success should give us confidence, and that there will come a time when we understand the laws of physics. I think we're not far off. Not we. I mean, the physicists aren't far off that now. In fact.
Now we were talking about Ayaan Hirsi Ali and it's an interesting detour, but I did want to ask you about this vision of religion for two reasons. This idea that religion, we don't really care about the question of whether it's true that Jesus was born of a virgin or whether he actually died on a cross. In fact, maybe I'm just going to refuse to answer it altogether and say that this is a cultural thing. It's a way of life. It's a motivating reason behind your behaviors. I think that this has got a lot to do with its popularization through people like Jordan Peterson. Ayaan Hirsi Ali seems to have been spending some time with Jordan Peterson and getting on with him, at least in this regard. And I want to ask you about it for two reasons. Firstly, I want to know, I mean, you had a conversation with Jordan Peterson. It was for about an hour and a half where you talked about, you talked about some culture stuff, but he's very well known at the moment. He's writing a book at the moment for talking about religion. And he comes at it from this completely different perspective to, I imagine, the perspective that most of your previous Christian opponents, not that Jordan Peterson is strictly a Christian, have come at it from. And I wonder what you make of him and his approach.
I enormously respect his courage in standing up to the Canadian laws about free speech. So I want to just get that out of the way first. I hugely respect that and value him for that reason. When he talks about religion, I think it's bullshit. I think that he doesn't make any sense at all. I think he's impressing people by using language they don't understand, rather like Deepak Chopra, where people think, oh, it must be terribly profound because I can't understand it, which is not something I can respect. Michael Shermer told me that he tried to pin him down and said, do you actually believe that Jesus was born of a virgin? And Jordan Peterson said, it would take me at least 2 days to answer that.
So Michael said more or less, well, how about one sentence or one word? No. And that's how I feel about that. All the stuff about Jungian archetypes, and not that I would be skeptical about that, but constantly dragging them in. I mean, I think the most egregious example of that is where he looks at works of primitive art, works of tribal art, where he shows things like two snakes coiling around each other and says, well, they must have had some primitive, primeval knowledge of DNA. Perhaps they looked into their own cells in some sense and saw the DNA. Perhaps the DNA is the double helix is a Jungian archetype. I mean, that is sheer bullshit, and I told him so.
Do you think that you can have a productive conversation with him about religion if this is the approach he's taking? Do you think there's any room for progress here, talking to someone like Peterson?
Well, I hesitate to say no about that to anybody, but I have so far I'm not given any confidence, and I want to once again say how much I respect his courage in standing up to the woke nonsense.
Yes, we sandwich the bullshit in between the respect. Peterson's approach here seems to have unlocked a new interest in particularly the Bible, and as he calls it, the biblical corpus. My friend Chris Williamson asked him recently on a podcast, because he kept talking about the biblical corpus. He said, when you say the biblical corpus, do you mean the Bible? He says, yes. And I'm thinking, well, why not just call it the Bible then? But he has inspired this renewed interest in the biblical corpus because of that. Because now when you see people debating religion, it tends to be less does God exist and more about the utility of religion and the Jungian archetypes and stuff. The God Delusion, which was the atheist book, do you think it still survives as a sufficient treatment of God and religion in modern culture? If you were to write it again, would you be taking the same approach of talking about it as a scientific issue, or would you feel the need to change the way that you're talking about the subject
I would
altogether?
certainly still talk about it as a scientific issue, because I think that's the most important thing. I probably might add a chapter on the idea of what Dan Dennett calls belief in belief, where the idea that whether you believe it or not, it's a good idea that some people do. And I think that's patronizing. I think that's condescending. It's sort of saying, well, we intellectuals don't need this crutch, but other people may do. And if they do, then it's a good thing because it helps in the battle against Putin. Well, not that Putin himself is religious.
I think Voltaire said, I don't believe in God, but I hope that my maid does.
Well, that's very good. I didn't know that quote. It's a very good example. And that is so patronizing.
Yes, and indeed it also, when you're debating the moral argument with people, when they say without God there could be no morality, and sometimes an atheist says, well, how dare you say that I can't be moral without God? And they say, I'm not saying you can't be moral without God, I'm just saying you can't ground your morality.
Yeah.
And yet, on the other hand, they say, but we need you to believe in God, otherwise society falls apart. Maybe you are actually saying that people can't be moral without God, more than just their ability to ground it, if you're saying that without this religious belief, society will fall apart.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I recognize that some people may think that. I mean, I think that to ground your morality certainly in the Bible would be an appalling thing to do. If you actually look at the Bible, actually look at almost any of the moral lessons you can take from it. And some of the things Jesus said are very nice, but you have to pick and choose your way through. And setting aside Jesus's emphasis on loving your neighbor, which is very nice. The Sermon on the Mount is very nice. The fundamental doctrine of the Old Testament, of course, is appalling. But even
putting the Old Testament aside,
in the New Testament, even the New Testament, the idea that we're born in sin is a hideous idea. The idea that the only way to be saved from sin and the wages of sin is Jesus' death is a hideous idea. And I don't think it's one that Jesus himself ever put forward, is it? I think he probably would be rather shocked at that thought.
Well, I imagine that Jesus would have to be aware of himself as the salvation. And if that's the case, he'll need to be aware of what he's saving people from, which can only be something like slavery to sin.
Now, I wonder whether you're reading something in there. I mean, salvation, he said things like, if you have seen me, you've seen the Father. He said that kind of thing. But did he actually say that he was salvation?
Well, I suppose I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah, but
no one comes unto the Father except through me.
I am a guide for a good life, something like that. It doesn't mean that he surely never said that my death is necessary in order for you to be saved from sin.
Quite possibly. I mean, I think about the idea of the Eucharist and the Last Supper, and literally breaking up my body for you. It does seem to be some indication that Jesus knew what he was doing if the Christians are correct about his mission on earth. A moment ago you said it's an appalling idea that we're all born in sin. And I understand this intuition, but do you not think there's some wisdom in this idea, or some sort of necessary humility in recognizing that we all do seem to fall short of the standards that we set for ourselves? That is, we're not going to make sense of a concept like sin because we don't believe in God. We're atheists. Sin doesn't make sense. But even just in terms of our own moral standards, whatever standards we set for ourselves, we seem to fall short of these every single day. And is it not just that idea that's being captured when somebody says, look, even by your own standards, you're falling short of where you should be? And maybe that's what...
Even a newborn baby
we should
born
take it
in
to mean.
sin?
Well, I would probably respond by saying that not all Christians will say that a newborn baby is born in sin in the sense that they're responsible for it. More like born with a propensity towards sinning, which I imagine you would even agree with, that newborn babies, although they haven't, committed immoral acts yet, they're born with this sort of human nature which has a predisposition towards doing things that fall short of our moral standards. Maybe.
I'm sorry for you having to do a degree in this kind of thing. I mean, it's not a real subject, is it?
We talked about this before on our previous podcast, and I think it's something that you wanted to ask me about today, isn't it? I mean,
yes, it's obviously something that still interests you.
Certainly,
talking about sin and things like that. I cannot imagine spending 3 years. How did you stand it?
I'll answer it in two ways. The first is to say that the theology faculty was actually theology and religion. So I was able to study religion as anthropology, religion as history. You can do papers in science and religion, this kind of stuff. And I imagine you'd be very interested in that kind of thing. Theology itself I found useful for a few reasons. One of them, of course, there's like a crude sense in which by studying theology, it helps me to debate it. It helps me to argue with people.
I get that, definitely.
But it's also an interesting window into human psychology. For example, clearly the question does interest you. Why is it that people can believe so strongly and so easily in this idea that everybody's born in sin?
Yes,
isn't that
interesting.
evil? Isn't that horrible?
That's a psychological question. And if you... I don't know what sort of essays you had to write, but if you were allowed to write an essay on that, that would have been interesting. If you were allowed to ask the question, how can anyone believe this stuff? But I imagine you had to actually write a serious essay on the concept of sin itself and the idea of redemption and the idea of atonement.
Well, suppose you wanted to write that essay, which you just said was an interesting question. Why would anybody believe this? Well, in order to answer that, you have to get to grips with the reasons people have for believing it.
Yes.
And I suppose that's what I'm doing here with you in saying, because you bring up the point when you look at the New Testament, you bring up this exegesis, this interpretation. This is an evil text because it tells people that they're born in sin. And I suppose the question implicitly in what you're saying there is, how can you believe this? And I'm doing that devil's advocate thing again of trying to, I suppose, explain why it is that somebody might believe this, and say that even an atheist might recognize that there's a sense in which that's at least poetically true. We're all born in a state where we are unable to fulfill the standard that we want to fulfill. You know what I mean?
Poetically, yes, I suppose you could see it at a poetic level. Interestingly, I don't know if I've told you this before, but when The Selfish Gene was published, both the chaplains of my college came up to me and said they'd read it and they thought it had echoes of original sin, and it was a poetic resonance with original sin, and I suppose that's quite interesting.
Why would the selfish gene have a resonance with original sin?
Well, they were thinking of it in terms of the selfish gene having a sort of primitive rationale for selfishness. So that's not what the book was really intended to be about, but that's how they interpreted it, and so that resonated with their idea of original sin.
And what do you make of the criticism in the opposite direction? Somebody says, I've spent my life studying Thomistic metaphysics. I'm a classical theologian. I've got a PhD, and I looked in the God Delusion, and I wanted to see what Richard Dawkins had to say about Thomas Aquinas's 5 proofs for the existence, his 5 ways to establish the existence of God. And they find 2 pages, and this sort of pinnacle of religious philosophy, as they see it, has a treatment in 2 pages.
Yes.
And when they question you and say, well, what about all of the important theological nuances, you respond to them, well, why would I do theology? Theology is uninteresting.
I think I would say to that, why privilege Christian theology when there are thousands of gods all around the world? They all have their own theology, and these Thomist theologians are equally ignorant of Aboriginal theology and Bantu theology and Papua New Guinea theology.
That's true.
And they think that their theology is somehow high-flown and intellectually important, but it has no greater status than any of those. The thing about science is that it's universal. It is not local. It's not tied to any particular tribe or group of people or time in history. It's what you discover in science is universal and timeless.
I think that's fair enough. But then I also think that if one of these Thomistic metaphysicians wrote a book called The Aborigine Delusion, or they tried to sort of write a chapter where they said, I'm going to debunk this idea, and then they spent 2 pages on it.
The delusion that I'm interested in is the very existence of a supernatural creator. It's not particularly
Christianity.
Insofar as I talked about Christianity, that's because I'm brought up in a Christian culture. But what really interests me is the existence of a divine creator at all.
And I suppose you're allowed to say that in a different way, where you say, well, I'm talking about Christianity because I was brought up in that culture. And people will say, fair enough, that's what you chose to write in. Whereas a Christian, if they say, well, I focus on Christianity because I was brought up in a Christian culture, that seems to slightly undermine their position.
I mean, but if they use that as a reason for why they believe, that's a very different thing from my using it as a reason why I chose to talk about it as an example.
Quite right. Do you still do debates?
Well, I don't like the sort of debate format where you have 10 minutes for the proposition, 10 minutes for the opposition, and things like that, because I don't think that's the way we decide things. I mean, the debate I attended at the Oxford Union a few weeks ago that you were in, I think your side lost.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't make that bit obvious on the YouTube video, but I suppose everybody knows now. Yes, yeah, we lost.
And it's in a way, I'm sure it was for all the wrong reasons. I read recently an account of the famous "This House Will Not Vote for King and Country" debate in the 1930s in Oxford, and that caused a great scandal because of the way the debate went at the time. And it seems to be, what I gather from the history, is that the reason the debate was carried was the amusing wit and eloquence of one of the speakers, and that's not the way you win arguments, by wit and eloquence.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
Do you attribute some of the success of the New Atheist movement, which anybody would struggle to say that the New Atheists were not sort of going on these marathons of winning debates? How much of that do you think just had to do with the fact that you had Christopher Hitchens in your arsenal who could recite some poetry on stage and make people laugh?
I asked for that, I suppose, when I mentioned the CM Jode thing. Well, he was, of course, superbly witty and erudite, and could pull a quotation whenever he needed it. And I would like to think that such a success as we had was due to having good arguments rather than to the eloquence of any one particular individual. I'd be sorry if people change their minds on the basis of the wrong reasons, not really taking the argument seriously, but because one of the speakers gave them a good laugh or something. I mean, you quite like doing debates.
Sometimes, yes. It depends. My understanding of debates is that a lot of the time they are just theatre, and I think that as long as you recognise that's what you're doing, there's no strict problem with doing that. It's a good way to get people to get excited about a subject. It's a good way to introduce them to some of the arguments that they might want to go and study at home. But the idea that it's a place for exhaustive, presentation of a worldview while you're doing it in front of a person whose entire job is to make you essentially, or at least your arguments, look bad and look flawed, and an audience with a proneness to fidgeting and getting bored and preferring to be a bit entertained or to laugh, that's the arena that you're walking into. That's something, in other words, that I've learned about doing debates. As I've done them in the past, I've gone in thinking, I'm not even going to really research the person that I'm about to debate, because I want to sort of, really engage on the spot. And I had this idea that I'm going in with a real desire to get to the truth. Whereas as time goes on, you begin to realize that actually it's something of a performance in many ways.
Yes. I think the Oxford Union has especially descended into a time when there's a lot, what wasn't quite so bad at the debate that you were in a few weeks ago, but I've seen it in the past where people are constantly popping up with so-called points of information.
Yes.
Or points of order. Then they are never either points of information, or very, very seldom points of information. They're points of opinion. I think it's probably right. The points of information is right. On a point of information, Mr. President, the speaker's got his figures wrong. The number of people, killed in the Holocaust was so and so and so and so, rather than what he said. That's a point of information.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, people might not be aware in these formal debates. It's in the rule book. You're allowed to interrupt a speaker. If you're ever watching a debate speech at the Oxford Union and someone from the audience just sort of stands up and starts talking, it's because you're allowed to do that, and you say point of information. And as you say, the idea is that it's supposed to be exactly that, a point of information. But somebody ends up just sort of giving a mini speech themselves.
Yes, well, the president, no doubt when it was first started, the president would have been onto that. But the custom has grown up that points of information are just ways of interrupting somebody's speech with your own speech.
And now that you can get away with it, like that's what people do. And why not do that if everybody's just getting away with it?
Yes.
I think I POI'd the cardinal at one point, because he was talking about Cardinal Turkson, a man who I'm told is in the running to become the next pope. Was giving a speech and was talking about the Vatican's contribution to science and how they set up the first scientific academy with members including Galileo. And my point of information was to simply ask, what then happened to that Galileo? And it was funny because it seemed like he didn't understand that I was trying to sort of make a point, because he just answered it just completely flatly, just said, oh, well, he was not a member anymore afterwards, and then he became a member again. Just answered it very straight up. And I feel like the point might have been lost. But that's what a point of information is supposed to be for. Right. And these debates, they leave too much room for rhetoric. They leave too much room for you're so aware that you're on display that I don't know, it's not very conducive to open conversation of the kind that we're having now.
I used to attend the Union every week when I was an undergraduate, and I enjoyed it very much. I must say, I enjoyed the rhetoric and I enjoy the sort of things that I'm not so keen on. And I suppose I am actually a life member, but I'm not. I think I've lost my card. I'm not sure they let me in now.
I'm sure they'll let you in. I wonder if you were invited. I mean, there are some wonderful classic debates that you've done with people like John Lennox. I wonder if you were invited to do something like that today. Is it something you'd still be interested in doing? I'm talking about the formal debate, audience, 10-minute opening statement, cross-examination. Does God exist?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, I would like to have a discussion with, as I have with the Archbishop of Canterbury, for example, and I find I've had actually, I think, 2 or 3 discussions with him, and they've been very civilized and enjoyable, and I think an honest attempt at dialogue. I don't think I'd like to do it in the debate format. I did agree to do a debate in the Cambridge Union in which Rowan Williams was one of the speakers, and that was sort of not too bad. But no, I wouldn't be falling over myself to have a debate on that subject.
Who's the most formidable debate opponent that you have had in your career that you can think of now on this question of God's existence?
I don't think there are any. Not that I'm formidable myself, but I don't think that there are any very good arguments.
No point in a debate where you're sat there getting ready to get up and give your 10-minute rebuttal while they're speaking, writing your notes and thinking, oh gosh, what am I going to say to that? That's a fair point.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant. It's not that I've got great points. It's just that I don't think there are any good points to be made.
And maybe it's something about the debate format as well. You know, everybody's so prepared that you're rarely caught off guard.
Yes. I mean, the sort of professional debaters on behalf of religion, people like William Craig, I've no time for him. I mean, he's got this sort of loud, rather pompous voice, and he says that's a premise 1, deduction 2, and things like that, and the audience, I suppose, is supposed to be impressed.
I've had William Lane Craig twice on my podcast, and I always had a good experience with him. Having said that, I didn't debate him. I don't know what that would be like. It's something you're not interested in doing, debating William Lane Craig? Or having a conversation perhaps with William Lane Craig?
I have done. I've vowed not to. I feel such contempt for him because of his, I don't know whether you've seen what he says about the Israelites slaughtering the Midianites, and instead of saying what any decent theologian would say, well, it never happened, and this is just an Old Testament story. He says, well, the Midianites had it coming because they were so sinful. And then if you worry about the Midianite children who had their brains beaten out of them, that's okay because they went straight to heaven. And that finished him off as far as I was concerned. Now, for me, I actually wrote a piece in the Guardian saying why I will never have anything to do with him.
I can see why you might sort of look at something like that and say that's an evil thing to think. That's an evil thing to say. I don't want to debate this person. A few moments ago, you told me that the idea of the New Testament in general about being born in sin and needing salvation is an evil idea.
Yes,
and yet. That's an idea that many of the opponents that you have spoken to will have believed. They believe evil things too. So why particularly with William Lane Craig?
It's a fair point. I think the thing is that the Christian theologians who take this seriously are honestly well-meaning. I mean, they believe in the God of love. They believe in Jesus as the Son of God of love, and so on. I think the sheer they would never have defended the slaughter of the Midianites and the Jebusites and things in the book of Joshua as somehow justified because the Midianites were sinful. I think it's an order of magnitude worse there. Perhaps you would disagree with that.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's a sense in which a Christian who believes in the historicity of the Old Testament, I mean, the Midianites might be, it's
I'm sometimes told it's complicated by the fact that it's Moses who instructs the slaughter of the Midianites, but it seems clear to me that this is sanctioned by God. I think that a Christian who believes in the historicity of the Old Testament just has to believe that whatever happened there was somehow okay with God, was somehow moral. Now, I agree that to me is a criticism I make all the time. How could this be moral? But I also say, how could it be moral that God allows children to get cancer? How could it be moral that,
Yes.
God, and I suppose the thing that I would say is that if you pressed a Christian, well, if there's a good God, why do children get cancer? They just have to say something like, there must be some reason for this. There must be some explanation.
Yes, I suppose that if they really do if they really do believe the literal word of the Bible, but then that brings us back to fundamentalist creationists. I mean,
well, even just in terms of why God would allow evil at all. What I'm imagining, in other words, is suppose we had this other Christian philosopher debater, and somebody had said to them, well, why do children get cancer if there's a good God? And they said, look, if I believe in a good God, I have to believe that the children who die of cancer are going to heaven. I have to believe that there's some reason for the suffering that they're undergoing.
Yes.
Now, you could say, this person said that, kids who have cancer, they should be grateful because they're going straight to heaven, and there's some reason to give children cancer. That's despicable. I want nothing to do with this person. I'll never debate them. However, I would suppose that basically everybody that you've debated on the topic of Christianity would say something like that about cancer in children.
Would.
And so I wonder why with William Lane Craig it's a particular problem.
You make a good point. I suppose none of these sophisticated theologians take the literal word of the Old Testament seriously. I mean, they don't believe in Adam and Eve, for example. They don't believe in therefore why would you believe that the story of the Midianites is history? Why not just sort of say, well, this is some kind of tribal myth, and all sorts of tribes have these horrible...
Well, I can keep up this God's advocate, if you like. I would say, in other words, I would answer that question with a Christian hat on by saying that the Bible is a collection of books rather than a book, and that book contains different genres, and that the genre of Genesis is something like poetry.
Exactly.
The genre of Numbers seems much more to be, at least intended to be, history, in a way that the genre of Paul is letters, it's epistles. Whether or not you think he actually even existed, I think Paul existed, just to be clear, but it doesn't really matter. It's still clear that if you think that it's true, the kind of thing that Paul's doing is writing letters, the kind of thing that Acts is doing is essentially, biography or history, is attempting to do that. It seems to me that where Numbers is very obviously trying to just recount historical events, Genesis seems a lot more allegorical to me. And so it doesn't seem inconsistent for me to say, well, of course I don't believe in Adam and Eve. I don't believe in the 7-day creation. But I do believe that there was a real slaughter of the Midianites by Moses and his armies.
Well, yes. And then, I don't think you should then go ahead to justify it, but by saying that they were sinful. I mean, I should have thought that the right and proper thing for a Christian to say is the slaughter of the Midianites is no more factual history than the story of Jupiter or Apollo, Thor with his hammer and things. These are tribal myths, which we can study as mythology. But why go out of your way to make it sound much more evil than it really is, by saying, well, the Midianites were sinful and their children were going to heaven anyway? It's somehow, I just find it more appalling. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I find it sort of appalling that you take it so seriously, that you actually, well, you take the belief in the historicity of it so seriously that you even defend it, rather than just say, as any decent bishop would say, well, it's never happened.
I think that, as particularly at the height of the new atheism and religion debates that were happening in the sort of late 2000s, I think a lot of people were disappointed that the forerunner of the atheist side, Richard Dawkins, and arguably the forerunner of the Christian side, William Lane Craig, never came together to have that debate, because even if you do think that what he believes there is particularly and specifically evil, I suppose everything you've just said to me, people would probably just like to see you say that to William Lane Craig.
I wrote an article in The Guardian saying it, and I did in fact have a debate with him in Mexico, I forget when.
With the boxing ring?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just no desire to I don't respect him. I find his manner pompous, and I just don't want to be in the same room as him, really.
Well, in the interest of diplomacy, I will offer no further comment, except that that's certainly not my experience with the man. But
okay,
I imagine that we've had very different interactions with him in the past. Let's put it that way. Well, on this topic of debate and arguments for God's existence, anyway, I suppose what I wanted to do was ask you about two arguments that I've been thinking about related to God's existence, but specifically related to evolution and naturalism as well, because I think that these are questions which I'm sure you've commented on before somewhere, but I guess I'd like to probe again.
Yeah.
One of these is Lewis's argument from desire, which sounds like a very silly argument on the face of it. He essentially says something along the lines of, look, everybody seems to have an innate desire for something a bit beyond the natural, something a bit supernatural, something, beauty, purpose, this kind of intangible stuff. And he says, I actually wrote down the way he puts it in Mere Christianity. He says most people, if they had really learned to look into their own hearts, would know that they do want, and want acutely, something that cannot be had in this world. There are all sorts of things in this world that offer to give it to them, that offer to give it to you, but never quite keep their promise. And then later, if I find in myself a desire which no experience in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that I was made for another world. And like I say, on the face of it, that sounds maybe a little bit silly, but there is a serious question in here that most of the time when we evolve a desire for something, we evolve a desire for food, for warmth, this kind of thing. The reason for that is because this desire gives us reason to seek out those things in the real world. If there were no food and digestion, if there were no temperature, it would make no sense for us to evolve a desire for food, for temperature, for warmth. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would that even evolve in the first place if it doesn't actually latch on to anything in the real world? And although I'm not sure if Lewis was aware of this, we know anthropologically that almost everywhere we look in the world, we find people with religious sensibilities. They have some kind of either desire or apprehension of something beyond themselves, something divine. And I suppose the question Lewis asks is, from an evolutionary perspective, why would it be that we would universally evolve that desire if that desire doesn't actually latch onto anything in reality?
I find it a very odd argument. Because we have a desire to survive and live, which makes perfect evolutionary sense, it's a natural projection of that desire that we might desire to go on living after we die, a desire for eternal life. You could easily see that as just an extension of the perfectly Darwinian desire to go on living. I think it's just another example of that. That particular part of it is, I suppose. What else did he say? The desire for something beyond.
He says, want acutely something that cannot be had in this world. He says a lot more about it in Mere Christianity, but he says, if I find it myself in a desire which no experience in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that I was made for another world.
Yes, the idea that because you want something, therefore it must be true, I find that a most extraordinary idea.
It does seem strange to want something that doesn't exist.
Why?
Because if we're trying to give an account of where this desire comes from, it seems to have to latch onto something. And it seems like what you're suggesting is that what it's latching onto is just the general desire to stay alive as long as possible.
Well, that I was thinking specifically of the desire for eternal life.
Sure.
But I think you can do a kind of version of that for whatever else C.S. Lewis was saying. Some people may have a sexual desire for a film star that they're never going to meet and wouldn't look at them if they did, and that doesn't mean that there's anything realistic about it. It's a natural extension of sexual desire.
Of course, the film star exists.
well, doesn't exist as in any realistic sense as far as this wretched person is concerned. Who I mean, you could talk about a desire for 72 virgins in Islamic heaven. That doesn't exist. But it's easy to see it as a projection of an ordinary biological desire.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. Maybe if not in the detail, with the suggestion that the desire can be for something real, and that the image of God or afterlife or eternality are just sort of warped or extended versions of a real thing. That is, the afterlife is an extension of the desire to be alive.
I mean, a physicist might desire a solution to the theory of everything and the unification of gravity and quantum theory.
Yeah, that's what C.S. Lewis says. They desire God.
You desire a solution to a physical problem which may be insoluble.
I'm pulling your leg.
It may be out of this world in the sense that it's beyond solution. C.S. Lewis better come up with a better argument than that.
Well, C.S. Lewis has another argument for you, which is the argument from reason. And I actually want to give you a version of it that's more modern, that I'm sure you'll have talked about before, which is Alvin Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism. I want to know what you think about this because, I'm sat with one of the most preeminent evolutionary biologists in living memory, and I would love to know what you think about this. Now, Plantinga points out that if we're a materialist, if we don't believe in the existence of a mind governing all of this, and everything evolves according to natural selection, well, what does natural selection select for? Survivability. Therefore, everything which evolves because it helps us to survive, including our minds, including our rationality. And so, why is it that we believe that evolution occurred by natural selection? Because we look at the evidence, and we use our rationality to come to the conclusion that natural selection is the best explanation. But what we're doing in assenting to the truth of natural selection is saying that the mechanism we use to believe in natural selection doesn't actually select for truth. It selects for survivability. We can't know that 2 + 2 = 4 is true, or if it's just that believing 2 + 2 = 4 is beneficial for our survival. If the latter is the case, then we run into a lot of trouble. And it seems that when we say evolution is true, therefore our brain evolved for survivability, we've just undermined the truth aptness of the very process that we've used to believe in evolution.
Yeah, I've never understood why people are at all persuaded by this. If any animal went through life, particularly humans, went through life believing the equivalent of 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, we would survive. I mean, if you base your life upon evidence, if you base your life upon rationality, you're more likely to survive than if you base your life upon nonsense. And it just seems to me to be so easy to say that rationality and the search for truth, the search for evidence is a good way to live, even from a mundane Darwinian point of view.
When you say a moment ago, if we were to live as if 2 + 2 didn't equal 4, I suppose what I'm saying is we have no way to ascertain whether it's actually true. I mean, you can. Are you saying something like, if the thing that we thought was true was not actually true, we just wouldn't be able to survive? Or something like that?
Yes.
Is it not conceivable that there could be things that we believe that are not true, but by believing them to be true actually make us more likely?
Oh, yes. I mean, there is some evidence for that. There's some evidence that having a somewhat inflated belief in your own ability is beneficial.
Right.
So there is evidence that people in general think they're better looking than they are, think they're cleverer than they are, think they're better drivers than they are, etc. And there could be a certain one at least could make an interesting case that self-deception of this kind. Robert Trivers, one of the great figures in my field, even wrote a book called The Folly of Fools about self-deception and the the Darwinian advantage of self-deception, I think it's got to be pretty limited. I mean, it would be a little bit of an icing, a little bit of a gloss on top of a fundamentally rational.
Well, I think that's the point that someone like Plantinga might wish to push back on, which is to say, how can we know that in some instances, sure, believing something that's actually false is beneficial for our survival, and so we've evolved like a mechanism to just naturally think that it's true. But that definitely doesn't happen when we do math. So that definitely doesn't happen when we're sort of doing empirical observation about, the shape and size of things. We know that doesn't happen. Well, how do we know that?
Well, we know that science works. I mean, we know that if you follow scientific principles, you can get to Pluto. And it works over and over and over again. You cure smallpox. You slingshot rockets around Venus and Earth and get to Jupiter. All this works, and scientific predictions come out right. You can predict when eclipses will occur. It works.
I suppose the analogy there would be somebody would ask, well, then how do you know that 2 + 2 = 4 in the abstract mathematical realm is just true, rather than it being the case that thinking or acting as if 2 + 2 = 4 helps us get to the moon?
I think 2 + 2 = 4 is a different matter from getting to the moon. I mean, that's just logic.
Well, I suppose, mathematical truth and logic in general.
Yes.
I'm using 2 + 2 as a representative of that. Yeah.
Yes. I don't see the problem with that. I mean,
well, maybe there is then. Maybe there is. I just wanted to get your thoughts, and I suppose I'll be interested to see what people make of your reply. One of the biggest reasons why people are religious, arguably, at least from a sort of cynical atheist perspective, is to escape the fear of death. Sigmund Freud said that there will be religion as long as we're afraid of death. Are you afraid of death?
I'm afraid of dying. I don't look forward to, getting cancer or something of that sort. I suppose I'm afraid of eternity. It is a daunting thought that the universe goes on and on and on and on and on and on for billions, for trillions of years. So I've said this often enough before that the escape from eternity would be the escape from any kind of pain, would be a general anesthetic, and which I think is what death is. So it's a nothingness, just like a general anesthetic. I like life, and I like to go on living. I enjoy life, and I'm curious to know how the future will unfold. So I would like to go on. So I wouldn't mind living for 200 years, but I wouldn't like to live for eternity.
No. What consolation might you offer to, say, somebody's read The God Delusion and they become convinced that God doesn't exist and there is no afterlife, and they feel pretty fine about that, except for this one thing, that they've now had to give up the idea that they're going to be able to escape death. And they say, well, I'm really happy for you, Professor Dawkins, that you're not afraid of death, but I still am. I'm afraid of the unknown. What advice would you give to them?
It's very hard to say. I'm under no obligation to give any consolation, of course.
Well, that's true.
I certainly think that the fact that a belief gives you consolation is no reason to think it's true. And what I care about is what's true. If they're not consoled by what I've just said about general anesthetics, I have to scratch my head and try to think of something else, but I find it a hard job to do that. I think that enjoy your life to the full while you've got it. You won't regret it when you're dead because you won't be there. So don't spoil your life by fretting about the fact that it's got to come to an end. Fill it with not selfish pleasures, but fill it with pleasure and pleasure for other people as well.
And perhaps its eternity would actually diminish its value in the sense that having $1 billion in the bank account makes $1 not worth very much. But if you've only got 10, then $1 sort of becomes everything to you.
Yes. Yes. Alex O'Connor, thank you very much for coming on the Poetry of Reality.
My pleasure.
If you enjoyed this episode, you can show some support by subscribing to the podcast, sharing it with your friends, and leaving a review.